for joining us this morning for another year of the Michigan Space Grant Consortium. One of the reasons that I'm very enthusiastic about Space Grant is not only that JPL and NASA work with all of these universities and students and faculty from around the nation all the time, but back in 2008, I received funding for an internship with JPL through Michigan Space Grant Consortium. And I was just looking at the timeline, and 10 years after that internship, I was leading 2 spacecraft as we were approaching Mars at JPL as well. So Michigan Space Grant certainly gave me opportunities, which then started me on my career as well. And I hope it does the same for you, and that you continue to explore space, whether it is through the state of Michigan or elsewhere in the US or around the world. Today, though, I wanted to speak to you a little bit about what we're doing in what might seem to be a little bit of an offset from space, and that is diving deep into the ocean on here and seeing what we can do here on Earth in order to start to explore worlds beyond our own. Our planet is a wonderful water world. We actually consider it to be one of the ocean worlds that is out there. And just beneath the surface, you get teeming life, whether it's from the corals or the kelps that might be out there, or even just the animals that live just beneath the ice itself. So around the world, around all the different types of waters that we have, from freshwater to saltwater and such, we find that often life tends to thrive in these ocean environments. And so as we search for life beyond our own world, we tend to look for areas that might have water, might have had water in the past. Whether that is driving our exploration of Mars, or if we're looking directly for, as I said, ocean worlds elsewhere, water seems to be a location where we would have some significant scientific interest. And as we explore into our own solar system, we've identified that there are a number of different moons out there that are also representative of ocean worlds, whether that's Europa with its kilometers of ice followed by up to a 100-kilometer ocean on its surface, Titan with its methane lakes on there, and many more that have all sorts of different features that yet let us classify them as ocean worlds. We are not unique here on Earth with having the sole water in the solar system itself. But if there's more water that is out there, could there be more life, or at least biosignatures and signs of life beyond our own world? One of the most promising locations and perhaps best examples of what an ocean world might look like is Europa, a moon of Jupiter. And here there's a thin shell of ice. Now that thin shell is still up to potentially 10 kilometers thick of ice, but based on seismic activity and gravity stressing of the planet itself from Jupiter, we think there's enough warmth that underneath this icy shell is an ocean up to 100 kilometers deep. Now that is a significant amount of water, and because this moon is of course smaller than the Earth itself, even though it's 100 kilometers deep, the pressures at the bottom of the ocean are about equivalent to what we might expect at the bottom of our own Mariana Trench, one of the deepest spots in the world on Earth for our own ocean on here. So if we were to explore an ocean world like Europa, or even many of the others, you might consider that there are a few different ways that we would want to take a look at it. There is the remote sensing, the passing by overhead, say with Europa Clipper that we're hoping to launch within the next several years on here, headed out to Europa to do a survey of the surface. We might use Europa Lander to reach down and touch the surface itself, perhaps digging in tens of centimeters in order to try and analyze first samples. Or perhaps we can use the crevasses and the potential passageways to the surface in order to send down a cryobot to try and survey what happens within the ice. Should we make it through the kilometers of ice, we can begin to explore underneath with something like the Buoyant rover, or even down into the depths of the water itself with something such as the Nereus Under Ice Explorer. So for each of the different regimes that we might encounter on an ocean world, there are different types of vehicles that we might need to develop. And perhaps there is analog testing we can do here on Earth to learn better about how we can explore, and not only about what we should send to explore on this moon. But the Earth itself is a beautiful ocean world. It provides us ample room for analog exploration. With this planet that we have, with this wonderful globe of water, we need to start to explore where we would try and test out our different vehicles and how we can learn so that we can explore beyond our own world. Now, this presentation in some ways is a play in 3-act on here, and I would encourage you to think of 3 different themes as we're going throughout this. It's not only that we're trying to explore these ocean worlds beyond our own, but think about exploration in general. And in this case, think about how failure can motivate opportunities. Think about how to change your thinking and look at things from a different perspective. And as we're trying to do with these small spacecraft, I'll try and convince you that small is not necessarily less, but it provides you a new way of exploring around. Let's go back to, as Mark said, the before times. Last October, when we were out on a icebreaker north of Norway, seeking to understand hydrothermal vents at the bottom of the ocean. Now, these hydrothermal vents have only recently been identified back in 2016 and only into a general area. But in this particular trip, we took an icebreaker up there to try and send a remotely operated vehicle, an ROV, down to the bottom of the ocean, 4,000 meters down, in order to take samples of the hydrothermal vents themselves. Now, this is the size of the icebreaker, the Crown Prince Haakon, and you can actually see this little orange dot over here. That's actually the ROV that's being lowered off the back end by a very large crane. This is a quite large ship. You can see the helicopter landing pad up front. And so this ROV is not exactly small when you can see it from this perspective on here. And in fact, when it goes underneath the ice, the ROV is large enough to carry a host of different payloads. It has a robotic arm on board that allows it to go out and collect samples of sponges or other things on the bottom of the sea. It has a number of lights, and as you can see, it actually opens up its front to expose these payloads and scientific instruments to the broader world that we are trying to explore. Now, NUI, or the Nearest Under Ice Explorer, provided by Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, is a premier submersible designed to go out on a fiber optic tether to extend its reach kilometers away from the mothership hovering overhead. It has batteries on board and is able to explore both in an autonomous or a remotely operated mode, and it is an ideal vehicle to explore underneath the ice itself. On this fateful day, the rover was extended down into the ocean, seeking to find those hydrothermal vents some 4,000 meters below. It did proceed down after a number of kind of false starts along the way where we had trouble with the ice on the surface. And as it reached the bottom of the ocean, suddenly, and only 20 meters away from where we actually were to encounter the vents, the vehicle stopped responding. We have a vehicle trapped in the bottom of the ocean, a multi-million-dollar vehicle, and at this point, there is no way for it to actually reach the surface itself. The tether that it is on is only a hair-thin fiber optic cable. There's nothing that we can pull on there in order to bring it back up. And there is no way that it will actually come back up on its own if it can't actually hear our commands. So we're trapped in the middle of the Arctic, locked within an ice floe, and our vehicle down at the bottom of the ocean. We do have another vehicle on board. This one's called OPHOBES, and it is essentially a large camera hanging on a pendulum weight. The weight itself, these are solid steel bars all around it, and it's partially for protection and partially so that they can lower this thing like a pendulum below the ship. And the camera in the center of it allows us to get live views of the bottom, both video and still images there, a very high resolution camera. And with this camera, we're able to sweep across the bottom looking for where we might be able to find Nereus. Well, along the way, we had the idea, could we put a hook on this vehicle and try and snatch up the ocean explorer that we have trapped at the bottom there? And we came up with the idea of, could we make a smart hook that's on board? And so I'd like to introduce you to SpongeBob Spare Parts, which was our attempt to take spare parts on board, everything from cable ties that you see up front here, to tearing apart other ROVs, commercial ROVs that we had that were used for surface work, and trying to adapt their equipment for much, much deeper pressure or deeper depths and higher pressures, to cable straps and other spare pieces that we had around. Even the flames that you see on the side are really just cut up electrical tape in order to make this work on here. But over the course of 3 days, a combined team of engineers from Woods Hole, from AWI, and from JPL put together a vehicle out of spare parts to try and rescue this multi-million-dollar vessel at the bottom of the ocean. Now, this vehicle would hang below OFOBs, hang below our imager, would provide just enough mobility to move around and try and direct a smart hook up front here so that we could latch onto NUI and try and bring it and then tow it back up to the surface. Without knowing exactly what was going on with the deeper under ice explorer, we had to rely on a mechanical snatch and grab in order to try and bring it back up. The question was, would a robot made out of commercial and spare parts actually work? So you can see the scale of this robot compared to that much larger vehicle over on the left there. SpongeBob was only about a foot in its longest length on the foam block that you can see at the top there. And we had a bit of fun with the eyes on board, but it really conveys the uncertainty that we had with regard to this vehicle and what we were about to attempt to do, lowering it down 4,000 meters below. As we went onto the ice-covered decks, SpongeBob hitched a ride on OFOBS itself for its descent down to the bottom. And as it's going over the edge here, you can tell that we're only on a short cable. We have a very short leash that we're able to move around, but that flexibility gives us just enough room that we might be able to grab the NUI vehicle below. Upon its descent, we of course have to dodge all of the ice along the way. And once we're into the water, we get a fantastic view of SpongeBob itself as we're going down. Now, the day we completed the build of this little rover on here, it turned out that the drop weights, the backup mechanism that we had to bring NUI to the surface, finally released. The drop weights are basically a set of steel plates that are on board. They're held by what we call a galvanic loop, in that over time, salt water will actually cause this cable to degrade, loosening the weights from the vehicle and causing it to come up based on a chemical reaction rather than a commanded reaction. And we can size the loops to let go after a preset amount of time, at least to a few hours or so. The problem with these weights was that they were supposed to release within 24 hours, and within 4 days, they still hadn't let go. So right around the time when we were ready to perform this first test, it turned out that those weights did let go on there. We had a vessel full of scientists and engineers that were dedicated to the exploration of the ocean depths. So we had actually been performing experiments. And what we had found was that we thought the galvanic loop was actually trapped in the mud below the vessel. And in the mud, there was actually a slowdown in this degradation of a loop. And so it took more time than we expected for the vehicle to come back up. Based on the experiments, we were never quite sure if it was going to come up. But since finally it let go, fortunately or unfortunately, we were able to recover the NUI vehicle itself, but unfortunately it wasn't able to be done through a test of our little Explorer. Well, we decided to test our Explorer anyway to try and prove that could we build something with these spare parts to enable a new realm of miniaturized exploration, rather than relying on monolithic, very large explorers that require an icebreaker to go in and drop down. Could we bring something that would be in a backpack and let almost anybody go out and explore beneath the ice? So at 4,000 meters depth, we began to control our Explorer with a fairly crude system for remotely operating it, and yet it worked perfectly. We spent hours down at the bottom, and along the way we let a number of different scientists control the vehicle themselves rather than through a full operational team here, because this vehicle was cheap. It was okay if we screwed up, if something went wrong in here. This was a demonstration. And one of the things we found was the importance of giving scientists the joystick, of allowing them to go directly after the targets that they might be seeking. And many tried to grab sponges off the bottom and bring up samples along the way. But it sparked the idea of, if we could do something smaller, how might we actually be able to take this forward and enable more scientists and more explorers to go forward? Or how, if our vehicle is that much smaller, could we get an initial payload out to a moon like Europa and start descending through the ice? So part one. Miniaturized exploration was an enabling feature to try and allow us to rescue the nearest under ice explorer. But what else could miniaturized exploration actually give us when we're trying to explore on an ocean world itself? We know on ocean worlds that there may be a layer of ice above us, and that underneath that ice is a lot of water. But when we look at where we find life along the way here on Earth, we often find that life adheres to interfaces. In this case, the ice-water interface, where algae and microbes and other things like to anchor down and attach rather than be free-floating. So the next explorer, I invite you to invert your thinking, if you will. Think about how to explore that ice-water interface if we were to head out to an ocean world. On Europa itself, as I mentioned, there are a number of cracks and crevasses across the surface, all of these streaks on here. And we believe that these are areas where there has been an upwelling of water through broken ice, and perhaps also a passageway down to the bottom. And if we look beneath that ice, in this case, this photo is from Antarctica, you can see it's just as I described. Microbes, algae, life forms that are actually attaching to the ice surface on here, in addition to the abundance of life that is swimming around in the water just below. And as we start to explore, as we come up across in this case, the edge of the ice, you can see a host of light, and yet our animals and such are staying underneath the ice where they are shaded more, away from the light, but with direct access to all of the life that is just above them. If we take an up-close look at the ice surface itself, you can see the reason that the animals are staying in this area is that they're actually feeding on the algae and the microbes that are attached to the ice surface. This ice surface provides a structure for anchoring. And with that, we have this explosive growth of life under here. And it serves not only as a food source, but as a place where various gases and such mix, better feeding the photosynthetic process that we've seen down here. And actually, because it is a photosynthetic process, we've analyzed and found that many of the bubbles that you see on the bottom here are not just gases bubbling up from below, but they're actually oxygen that's being produced on the underside of the ice, creating our own little unique ecosystem up against the ice itself. And we'll find areas where these animals, these fish, will actually leave eggs and such trapped against the ice and protected somewhat from the broader ocean environment. So if only we could get an up close and personal view of what the under ice surface might be like. And the vehicle that we propose and that we'll be speaking about in this segment is called the Buoyant Rover for Under Ice Exploration. And this is the view that it achieves when it is going around and exploring the under ice surface. Just up ahead, you can see that there is a torn up area of the algae here. This is, we went to explore this area with a small little submersible, just as this one. And as the submersible approached the ice to get a closer look with its cameras, you can see that the thrusters on board actually ruin exactly what it is trying to look at. So if we want to explore this area to get an up close and microscopic view of the ice, we need an explorer that will do so without having the thrusters that will cause some destruction. We need a vehicle that is able to explore in almost this native environment and still allow us to achieve our observations. Well, last year we took an expedition down to Casey Station, Antarctica, some 66 degrees south. And this was a long way away from Europa. But in the pointer sign that was there, we certainly had to indicate where we were hoping to head next with our various vehicles. And you can see our attempt at a pointer down below. Now, Casey is a fantastic environment. And not only do we have the under ice exploration that we were able to achieve, but we had the wonderful wildlife and the support of the Australians to the Australian Antarctic Division on this particular trip. But in front of you, you have the Buoyant Rover for Under Ice Exploration, a unique vehicle that is designed not to rove on the bottom side of the ocean, but to float, to drive on the underside of the ice, providing it a constant anchoring point for the vehicle itself amongst the algae, the microbes, and all the other animal life that we see. And hopefully a unique vantage point for us to look carefully at that under ice environment. Now, we deployed not only at Casey Station and just off in the wharf, but in nearby areas as well. And you can see on the right an external view of how the rover moves on the underside of the ice. It has two wheels and a tail that prevents it from actually rotating around, But even as it drives underneath, very little impact is being pressed upon the algae and the microbes down below. And the tail provides us also an additional vantage point to attach instruments and custom tools in order to get a very close look at the algae. And sometimes we even take samples of it underneath there. We tested this vehicle also nearby at O'Brien's Bay, and were able to cut holes in the ice to actually deploy the vehicle and compare it to what we might see with our other instrumentation that would traditionally be sent down through a through hole. As we drove around underneath the ice, we were actually able to track the vehicle based on acoustic pings. And through this, you can see that we were performing a loose lawnmower path, trying to map out an area. And then we found an area of interest that we wanted to explore in greater depth. Here, the color represents the depth that the vehicle is at, or in this case, actually the thickness of the ice in meters underneath that we were exploring. We went to go check out that through-hole instrument, that post that I mentioned earlier on here. And you can see that as our tail, and we're looking backwards here, is driven forward, it's not really leaving any indications on the algae. However, the act of actually deploying this instrument down here tore up the algae that it was supposed to look at. So any hope of measuring the oxygen or the salinity directly underneath the ice here was ruined by the actual input of the instrument itself. Where with the rover, we're able to place instrumentation against that under ice surface without having that massive disruption. The other thing we can do with the rover is actually turn our cameras around and look closely at the microbes, the algae that is underneath there. And here you can really see the bubbles, the oxygen bubbles that have formed over the time that the rover was down here. Now this camera can rotate 360 degrees. It's on a slip ring, so we can spin as many times as we need to. And it allows us to present our instrumentation, whether cameras or other pieces, directly at that ice-water interface. So we're within centimeters of being able to look at that ice without disrupting it compared to a larger vehicle. Over the course of our travels, we went as well up to the tidal crack. This is in some ways analogous to what we might find on Europa with the crevasses and such that can open up. And exploring that crack allowed us to evaluate the rover's ability to maneuver through the crack-like environment. And you can see even driving around, we do have the ability to get stuck on here, but with the tail, we can actually rotate it around, provide a different leverage angle, and with this can free ourselves and move along the way as well. For this particular trip, the vehicle was tethered, running essentially a network across there for higher speed video. Most of the time we actually operate just over an acoustic modem and in some ways fully autonomous, but that's what this line is extending down beneath the vehicle here. We've also been able to test this vehicle on different sizes of cracks on here. And you can see if we rotate it at an angle that we have a much better ability to cross over this. In fact, the area where we got stuck was just in the background here. So this is just further down the way, and the vehicle continues on its merry way. We ended up spending about, 3 days underneath the ice exploring around, both local in person and remotely. The maximum endurance of the vehicle is actually able to go to about 55 kilometers of traversing underneath the ice. And the maximum time that we've spent so far underneath the ice and actively controlling it remotely has been on the order of a week. That was limited really by the fact that we had to get on a plane and head back home again. But we hope to have this explorer checking out the underside of the ice for months on end in the near future. So over the course of our travels, we were able to take measurements along the way. And this is a very interesting plot, as it's showing not only our depth underneath the ice, but mapping the conductivity of the water around us. Freshwater, it tends to be more buoyant than saltwater on here. And so as we crossed those crevasses, we actually saw that there was a gathering of fresh water up in the ice, really the melting of the outflow of the glaciers around us. And even over an area that didn't have these crevasses or these cracks where the fresh water could accumulate, we did still have some melting. And you can see that with the rover, we're able to map out very precisely how our depth of vehicle mapped against conductivity and where the fresh water was. And we could find channels of fresh water that you might not be able to see if you're just simply swimming around. So the buoyant rover provided us a new way of looking at the underside of the ice. To be frank, we invented this to begin with because we were somewhat lazy. We were up in Barrow, Alaska, and to look at the underside of the ice, we would have to cut a hole, stick a camera underneath, and look around. And if it didn't have the features that we needed, we'd have to walk a few meters, cut another hole, and repeat, and repeat, and repeat. Because of that, we came up with the idea of building a rover that could float, that could drive on the underside of the ice and explore a much wider area autonomously, returning us the data and allowing us to explore from the comfort of our Quonset hut, if not back at JPL itself. We see the buoyant rover as a novel vehicle that can explore the underside of the ice and avoid having to disturb the very environment that we are trying to observe down there because of the nature of the wheels that are always anchored on the underside and its ability to maneuver around. This particular rover will not be headed to Europa. We think it's an ancestor of one that may eventually try and get down to the surface there, but we see it as the first steps and an exploration tool that we can use to learn how to explore on the underside of the ice. And it all came because we inverted our thinking. We thought about driving on the underside rather than driving at the bottom, or how we explore around. And now it is a unique tool that we can use to learn how we might someday get out to these other ocean worlds. But this rover itself actually relies on a number of miniaturized technological components. Both the last vehicle, SpongeBob, and the buoyant rover make use of commercial parts that you can often find in the classroom or the makerspace of the hobbyist shop. And it's the miniaturization of technology from our cell phones to our laptops that really allow us to now explore with something much smaller. The question is, can these components though survive in the deep space environment? We always hear that deep space is full of radiation and temperature extremes, vacuum, and other areas that most of things like cell phones you would not expect to actually work very well. Well, at the same time that our team has been exploring with under ice explorers and deep ocean exploration, we live in an age where we're starting to look at smaller spacecraft as well. And several members of the team here, including myself, have been working on things that will get us with small spacecraft beyond our own world. And the question is, what can we learn from them? What can we learn from CubeSats themselves? So back in 2016, there was a lander that was to go to Mars, InSight. And with InSight, it was a seismological experiment to try and understand the formation evolution of not only Mars, but all of the terrestrial planets in the solar system through the investigation of structures and processes. We wanted to look at Mars quakes. We wanted to see what kind of active processes were taking place on Mars. And to do that, we needed one of the most precise seismometers ever placed on another surface. And we needed to do it without being able to touch it ourselves. So InSight was originally to launch in 2016. It ended up being delayed for 2 years. But you might imagine anytime you're going to launch something to another planet, you're launching so that you get there at just the right time. And so you're playing interplanetary billiards. Earth at launch was well away from where Mars was. And over the course of about 6 months, by the time you actually reached Mars, Mars was then behind Earth, and you had to steer yourself all the way there. Now, this total traverse is about 480 million kilometers. So it's quite a long distance. It takes about 6.5 months to get there, or at least that was the plan with InSight. InSight, eventually launching in 2018, did need to get to an entry target that was only about a little over 5 kilometers across to land specifically in an area that we were interested in exploring. So over 6.5 months, over 480 million kilometers, you need to aim for a target that's only 5 kilometers across so that you can survive the atmosphere and land precisely where you think you can make the best scientific observations on here. This period of entry, descent, and landing and getting into this target space is known as EDL, or the 7 minutes of terror. Because not only do you have to hit this very precise target and get down to the bottom, but you need to do it autonomously, because the speed of light is such that by the time you get measurements that you're entering the atmosphere of Mars, the vehicle has either survived or not and landed on the surface in one way or another over that same time period. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about Marco and our adventures on using small spacecraft to support this much larger vehicle. And though in this case, we're not talking about an ocean world in particular, remember it's the technology inside and the ability to use commercial parts that is enabling a lot of our other ocean explorers to try and shrink down themselves and get us to another world. So this is Marco. This is actually one of 2 spacecraft that we were going to fly with InSight. And the vehicle here is a 6U CubeSat. CubeSats are roughly the size, in this case, or 6U CubeSats are roughly the size of a cereal box, a Sam's Club cereal box. And yet it still needs to do all the functions that a larger spacecraft might have. The heart of Marco itself was IRIS, a deep space transponder on here, a miniaturized one that allowed us to communicate back to Earth, both for command and control, as well as relaying the data from InSight as it went through EDL. And Marco had a very large reflect array antenna that we had to create that folded down to less than a centimeter in size. It had a star tracker and telescope on board, multiple antennas and solar arrays, and a host of miniaturized technology that was to enable this small spacecraft exploration on here. But it's a little hard to tell how big Marco actually was. So we like to compare it actually to things that we're more familiar with. Someday soon, we will be all able to fly again on commercial jets. And these jets are about 100 foot on a side. The typical explorer that would support something like InSight going through EDL is like the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. This is about half the size of a commercial jet and gives you an idea of what we would usually use to relay data back. Now, if you were going on a trip, escaping the pandemic, and taking carry-on luggage with you, and you put that carry-on luggage underneath the seat in front of you, that carry-on luggage on board that massive jet is about the size of Marco itself. Roughly 30 pounds or 13.5 kilograms, your cereal box size spacecraft is ready to go on an adventure and try and do the same things as its much larger brethren. Of course, the much larger vehicles are going to be well protected, placed in the fairing up front, if you think of your launch vehicle here. First class, if you will. Marco did not get such a ride. Marco was launched in economy class, directly next to the rocket nozzle itself for a rough ride into orbit, but by being able to place a small vehicle down here, it actually increased the efficiency of our launch. We could launch more vehicles at the same time, more explorers that we can go out to explore our solar system, which allows us to try out new things or make new observations out there. And in terms of overall cost and schedule, Marco was likewise much less expensive and much faster to create than some of these more complicated, larger explorers here. At a total cost of $18.5 million, including tech development through operations on here, Marco was minuscule compared to most of our mid-sized explorers that we might find. And it took us about 15 months to go from PowerPoint slides to actually flight readiness on here. So it's small, it's fast, and you have to accept, though, that it is also much, much, much riskier than we might otherwise launch on a regular sized NASA mission. But on May 5th of 2018, Marco launched with InSight from Vandenberg Air Force Base. And 90 minutes after launch, the Marco spacecraft deployed from the launch vehicle, opened up the solar arrays and the high gain antenna, and began its 6.5-month journey out to Mars. So with 480 million kilometers to go, our 3 spacecraft flew in a very loose formation, something like 10,000 kilometer separation on there, out towards Mars to demonstrate that the miniaturized technology that we had was going to be successful in supporting InSight and hopefully be successful in enabling more explorers into the future. For by November 26, what we needed to do was fly by Mars at just the right spot, just the right time, in order to relay data from InSight as it descended through the Martian atmosphere towards the surface, and send that data back at 8 kilobit per second, 158 million kilometers away to Earth. Now, I've been throwing a few large numbers around. I mentioned that we traveled 480 million kilometers, but at the time of actually reaching Mars, Earth itself was 157 million kilometers away. You have to love the fact that our planets are all spinning about us on here, and that orbital billiards really doesn't stop, and that we're targeting a place when we launch that isn't there yet. Mars hasn't reached that right spot. So sometimes the numbers and the times that are involved are a little mind-boggling. Now, over the course of our journey, it was anything but simple along the way, even though we had some fairly simple spacecraft. Very soon after launch itself, Marco B, our nickname for the spacecraft was Wally on here, had a propulsive leak. We started to lose fuel on a continuous basis that was actually starting to spin us in all sorts of different orientations. We had our own Apollo 13 moment, where suddenly the spacecraft was spinning out of control, the DSN was losing contact and gaining contact again, and mission directors and such were starting to encroach upon the operations room. As mission management, as we were running the team, we had to kick the mission or the program managers out of the room, focus on the problem, identify how to solve it, and we actually ended up finding a method that we could use sunlight, that we could actually use the solar wind to stabilize our spacecraft and SRP, solar radiation pressure, and allow us to continue moving towards Mars in a controlled manner on there. So in some ways, we kind of sailed to Mars in addition to using our cold gas system. And this allowed us to encounter Mars at just that right time. Now, missions to Mars are hard. The whole reason that Marco existed was because that over the course of all the missions of humanity itself, we have failed more often than we have succeeded in reaching the red planet. And so if we're going to make an attempt at Mars, it behooves us to try and observe and know what happened on there, to provide a black box of information such that if we do fail, we can improve ourselves for the future. Well, based on orbital geometry, InSight did not have that capability to send data directly back to Earth, and we needed a relay to do so. And Marco was, in essence, that relay to send that data in real time and allow us to observe what would happen, proving that small spacecraft could actually provide this capability for the future. On the day of entry, descent, and landing, Marco was a resounding success. These two small spacecraft relayed 97% of all data provided by InSight itself. MRO, that much larger spacecraft that was serving as a secondary relay in this case, only provided about 73%. We beat out the much larger vehicle because we could target exactly where to go. We could optimize where our antennas would be located in the sky to get as much data back as possible. And along the way with this real-time link, we brought 7 million people to Mars. Newspapers, articles were written about this around the world. And if you look at media impressions through tweets and clicks and other things out there, over 5 billion media impressions were made of these two small spacecraft, of this miniaturized technology that you can find in your cell phone as they went by Mars. And this is one of my favorite images because this was a photo taken by Marco B, taken by Wally as we passed by the red planet there. And it actually shows the various locations of previous explorers and how InSights landed on Mars, where Curiosity was, and even Spirit and Opportunity itself. And as we flew by, we decided to have some fun with our cameras. The image that you see before you is actually a small snapshot of Phobos, one of Martian's moons itself on there, that we were able to grab and show that these small spacecraft can do more than just their sole dedicated mission there. And even though these cameras were only supposed to be used to verify that the antennas were open, they provided us so much more in our glimpse of the solar system with a small vehicle. But Marco really wasn't only about supporting InSight. In some ways, it had a larger purpose. And that larger purpose was to show that small spacecraft could actually go beyond Earth. CubeSats could be used beyond just low Earth orbit on here. And in doing so, in traveling to Mars itself, Marco has enabled a whole host of different vehicles produced from around the world that are beginning to explore the solar system. Over the next couple of years, you'll hear of a number of different explorers that are headed out to the moon, everything from Luna HMAP from Arizona State to Lunar IceCube. We'll have NeoScout going out to explore small asteroids on here, or BioSentinel, performing experiments to look at what are the effects of the deep space environment on biological issues here. And more from universities, from government agencies, from home-built teams, such as with Team Miles here. They are putting together spacecraft to allow us to explore further with less, but with more focused experiments along the way. Experiments that, spacecraft that can hold single experiments for single investigators and such, allowing us to send more into space. And whether it's providing new vantage points of these observations, such as what Marco did for InSight, or providing us the ability to send a host of different vehicles out, creating distributed observations and allowing us to have fleets out there, or even getting down to the surfaces of those ocean worlds, disposable probes to allow for dangerous and exciting exploration. The dull, dirty, dangerous that we talk about for drones and for UAVs are now being enabled for our space exploration efforts as well, perhaps in a smarter sense, in a more focused sense than what we have attempted before. For Marco really demonstrated the necessary technology and techniques for deep space small spacecraft. It provided unique vantage points, providing more data back than what we had actually achieved with our more venerable explorers. And most importantly, it challenged the perception of what is achievable. It showed us with small spacecraft, with small explorers, we can do more, we can try more with technology that we have on hand. And what we're hoping for is this really enables us to start to explore more worlds, like ocean worlds, in more ways than we have ever dreamed possibly before. So as you grow, as you take on your experiences through Michigan Space Grants, as you try out new things out there and develop into the next generation of scientists and explorers and engineers, I hope that you remember a few of the lessons that I've talked about here in the context of ocean worlds and small spacecraft. Invert your thinking. Think about the problem from a different perspective on here. Investigate what you can do when a failure actually creates a new opportunity for you. We invented a miniaturized vehicle that had never been attempted before out of spare parts that are on board, simply because we had no other choice. And think about what you can do when you have a constrained problem, when you're much smaller, and how you can proceed along the way. Sometimes it takes a few stumbles to get yourself out and over some kind of obstacles on here, and you never know what might be feasible. But as you continue to persevere, as you continue to try forward, others will follow as well, and we will enable a new method of exploration for humanity on here. I look forward to your own explorations and what you might invent, and I welcome any questions that you might have as we continue to explore both ocean worlds and beyond. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that exciting tour of Earth and space and planetary science and technology and engineering. And there's a number of questions in our Q&A box, and I'll read them to you, but encourage others to post any questions that you may have. And Katie has posted some links from Andy in the chat box that you can take a look at more detail on some of the topics that he's presented in the keynote, including more about the rover, Marco, and hydrothermal vents. So one question from a colleague, Bopi Vedanda, who's a hydrologist and geochemical microbiologist. Much of our ocean's thermal structure has been mapped using expendable bathymographs, XBTs, dropped from vessels that beam the data back over a thin copper filament that unwinds as the XBT drops. Is anyone at NASA thinking of dropping miniature expendable units carrying an array of sensors, including cameras, through ice fissures in Europa down into the ocean below that could stream data back to the surface lander?
Well, we have a number of challenges at Europa, and one of them is landing close enough in a safe manner that we could drop something in. But there is an exciting venture that's being worked on at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory right now, known as EELS. And this is a lander that is perhaps not as expendable as a probe as what we might use on Earth, but looks like a snake-like entity to actually go down and circle its way down into the vents itself. They're also exploring this for Enceladus on here. And by doing so, carry in various cameras and other instrumentation along the way. So it's spelled EELS. I'd encourage you to look much more at that on there and how it kind of can snake-like descend into the surface there. But we are looking at what we could use in terms of those crevasses for access down below, yes.
Great. And a earlier question, looking at the buoyant rover, when you turned the camera up to the ice and not only saw the bubbles, but also the algae, their question was on the black tags. And I assume those are algae as well, just hanging down, but if you can either correct me or.
That's right. To the best of our knowledge, those are algae as well, and they serve basically as the anchoring point there. But we see these algae have strands coming down, so it almost can capture the advantage of the nutrients and such that are passing through the salt water there as the water flow goes by.
Great. And then in terms of testing on Earth for Europa, are there any places on Earth where you can tunnel through 10 kilometers of ice?
Perhaps not 10 kilometers, but certainly kilometers of ice. And there are a number of drilling projects in Antarctica where they have drilled down to subglacial lakes and just begun to explore down there. And we actually have planetary protection concerns of those environments as well, to keep the environment pristine down below for the observations that we're trying to take.
Great. And I was in Norway in Tromsø last October. So while you were out on your icebreaker, so I should have waved a little farther north. Very cool. Another question is, could you elaborate on Marco B solar sailing,
Yep.
a spacecraft designed? How did it work to be able to correct it?
Absolutely. So we know with solar radiation pressure that this often creates a moment on spacecraft that we have flying normally based on solar arrays or any antennas on there. And so in flight, we were already having to account for solar radiation pressure to when we were desaturating our reaction wheels and such along the way. The problem, or they caused us to desaturate. The problem with solar radiation pressure in that environment was that we were having to desaturate our wheels, and we were having to do so propulsively, typically. That we would push with our thrusters, create an offset torque so that we could run our wheels down to lower speeds. Well, we didn't want to use a propulsive system that much if we had a leak on it, so we actually stopped doing that. And what we did was we let our spacecraft dwell in a number of different orientations, measured how much that would spin up or spin down our wheels, and then we learned what orientations would give us the best impact from solar radiation pressure, such that we could use that to de-spin our wheels rather than having to do something propulsively on there. And while we expected to propulsively have to desaturate our wheels every 2 to 3 days before launch, based on our use of solar radiation pressure and actually acting like a solar sail in some ways, we were able to only have to propulsively desat, I think, once or twice during the entirety of the mission. So it really was a game changer for how we could orient our spacecraft and affect the attitude on board.
Very cool. And then another question about your buoyant rover. Is anybody that's studying ice sheets, ice shelves, and biology and subsurface under ice, are anybody using your rover?
We're still looking at, we were just down in Antarctica last fall, I guess it was last winter, and working with the Australians actually to see how they could use it beyond our own engineering explorations there, but as a replacement for human divers and such. When you send a human diver down, especially under the ice, it's a massive effort requiring many, many people. And you're limited to a very finite amount of time. We're going to look at using the rover to study for weeks, if not months on end down there, and see how we can partner with their scientists to obtain the measurements that they're looking for.
Probably not as tasty for a leopard seal.
That also is an impact.
Great. Another question, just to thank you very much for your extremely interesting presentation, but could you elaborate on how the ROV was recovered after the weights were released? Was there any issue of it floating up under existing ice?
Absolutely. And that was one of the most terrifying things, because the ice above was constantly shifting with the wind. And so over those couple of days, we actually drifted tens of kilometers away with the ship and then had to work our way back to where the ROV was. And when it came up, we were extremely lucky. It came up only within about 3 meters of an ice edge. And we were not very far away from just very thick ice that even the icebreaker would not have been able to get to. And we were having to create new systems to try and go underneath, grab the vehicle and bring it back. But frankly, we got really lucky in the end there.
Great. One more question on the expedition for in the Arctic over this last winter, where they intentionally trapped themselves in the Arctic ice and circulated around. Did they use any underwater ROVs?
I don't know for sure on that one. That was on the Polar Stern.
That's right.
I'm not aware of any ROVs that they had, but I can't answer that for sure.
Great. Well, if there are any other questions, please type them into the Q&A. But that was the last question. So how often have you gone to the Arctic or Antarctica over the last few years? Has it been every season?
Certainly for the Arctic, it is almost every season, if not a couple of times. We head up to Barrow, Alaska quite a bit. And I think I added up that in the last 10 years, I've had something like 20 to 30 different expeditions to one area or another on there. I've been extremely lucky in that I've been able to do both this ocean work as well as the small spacecraft side and try and merge these two worlds on here. And I think they've both benefited from each other.
Fantastic. Well, without any other questions, actually, one more question just came in. What can you say about the changes you have been observing over the last 10 years as you visit the poles?
The one we've seen the most is up in Barrow with our colleagues in the local area up there. And many folks in that area do a lot of fishing of one kind or another. And they also have search and rescue teams. And the thing that we have discussed with them and recognized is that they are having to do more on ice rescues than they have before, because the ice is actually breaking up much earlier in the season than what they have seen in the past there. And so being in Barrow, seeing some of the Arctic environments, we are certainly seeing effects of climate change and what we believe to be more warming in that area. It's certainly a change in the dynamics up there compared to what has been historically. Not necessarily just because we're measuring the ice, but just looking at simple things like rescues and what folks are having to do.
Great. And another question came in, and we have time of, what is your prediction or thoughts on how robotic exploration will impact human exploration as we push for manned bases on the moon and Mars?
Robotic exploration has always been in service of humanity on here. And often we use these robotic explorers as precursors to head out to other worlds before humans are actually able to make that journey there. But once we are able to head out there, and just as we're doing in the Arctic, we find that our robotic brethren are able to support the exploration at hand, whether it's providing a new vantage point underneath the ice for us, even while we have our scientists around so they can identify where to drill on the ice, as opposed to making innumerable holes, or as in service of the moon, being able to allow us to scout further, to observe around. Or my favorite one is now headed off to Mars and landing in February. While we're not sending humans there yet, we are sending a drone buddy, if you will, in order to go and scout the area around it. We're going to have a helicopter flying on Mars come this spring, which will provide information back to the rover teams in there. Robots and humans are going to continue to work together. Robots are tools for human exploration here, and we should consider and continue to consider to look at how they can augment our own efforts there and work with it.
Great. And here's a a more advising question. Found your work very interesting. How would you recommend for a college student such as those attending who would like to pursue similar research?
More than anything else, keep grabbing opportunities as they come. And I know that's a very vague answer there. But I think one of the things that I found going through at least University of Michigan was student-based projects, student project teams, research projects with professors. Those all enabled more opportunities for me to explore. It took me, I think it was 8 attempts to get down to Antarctica before I finally made it there, whether it was trying to work with a professor and funding fell away or various things. But if you're persistent, if you keep chasing, and if you have a background with various projects and hands-on activities, you will find your way into these types of endeavors. And the most important thing is keep having fun while you're doing it.
Great. And then one clarifying question. You mentioned that an AWI collaboration is at the Alfred Wegener Institute.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. They were the ones that had the OPHOBS instrument on the board and on our icebreaker expedition. And with them, we built SpongeBob. However, we ended up doing that there.
That's fantastic. SpongeBob spare parts. Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you very much, Andy, for taking your morning to share your exciting work. It was not only a very interesting, but an inspiration. And so I would like to encourage the other attendees, 87 of us online right now, that we're going to have 3 sessions this afternoon Eastern time, starting at 1 o'clock. Because of Zoom fatigue, we're having 1-hour sessions with a little break, and the program has been mailed to you and also available on the Michigan Space Grant Consortium webpage. The format for this virtual conference is that there are short 3 to 5 minute videos on our YouTube channel for you to take a look at. And during the live presentations, there will be a 1-minute lightning talk for each of the presenters and opportunity for some Q&A there. So I hope to see many of you in this afternoon's sessions. Just wondering, Katie, is there any other announcements?
Nope, I think you covered it all. Thank you so much, Andy.
So thanks again for your attendance, and thank you very much, Andy, and have a good weekend.
Thank you, and best of luck with the conference. Take care.
Bye.
Okay, reminder, the link to each of these extended talks is on the myspaceggrant.org Fall Conference tab. So you can link up with that. And also there's abstracts in the program that was sent out. So next we have using statistical learning for model selection and estimation of effects of modified social behavior for mitigating COVID-19 infection, which seems very prescient for, for an application. So we have Yumeng Ko and Edward Landon from Hope College.
Hello, it's just me, Edward Landon. Dr. Ko is currently in Malaysia, so 12-hour time difference is he's not here with us today. But so we looked at statistical learning for model selection estimation of modified social behavior for mitigating COVID-19. So we wanted to try and model the log odds of someone contracting COVID-19 based on different predictor variables. And so we decided to use lasso to do some variable selection to shrink our logistic regression to get the more pertinent values for predicting. And we ended up looking at predictor variables such as the number of positive cases on days with lags and negative cases on days with lags. So stay-at-home order that was in place for different states with lags, and we included the lags because research indicated that people were most contagious before symptoms appeared, so we wanted to include lags to account for any delays. And so we have prediction equations for log odds of contracting COVID for different states. And we tried to pick different states that different parts of the country, different amounts of time for stay-at-home orders. And so we got the conclusions of different amounts of predictor variables for positive days and stay-at-home orders were important to different states. And it appears that some states had more success with their stay-at-home orders, and that could be due to a variety of reasons that we don't have like control over how they were obeyed or not. So I think that's
Thank you very much. So on this one, you'll want to be sure to see the more extended talk on the MSGC YouTube channel. Any questions?
Does it work?
Does it work?
Can you predict outbreaks?
So we've had some success and we're continuing the research, adding in different social behaviors. So we're now taking into account the mask ordinances in different states. So it's been working so far and we're continuing to add things. So hopefully we'll keep getting better and better.
That brings to mind the idea of what database to compare to. Is this Johns Hopkins for actual cases, or?
Yeah, started at Johns Hopkins, and then data is collected from each state's individual place that they're reporting numbers for different cases.
Great, thank you. So perhaps we should move on to the next is investigation of novel magnesium zinc calcium alloys for bioresorbable orthopedic implants. Emily Tom.
Hi everyone, my name is Emily Tom and I'm working with Dr. Jellick's team at Michigan Tech University to develop a bioresorbable orthopedic implant. So orthopedic implants right now are permanent in the body and they're used to align bones when they can't properly heal on their own. And so we are developing one that will essentially degrade in the body as your bone heals, so you don't get those secondary complications that come up later after your bone has healed and you have this implant in your body. So we are using two processing techniques, melt spinning, which is on the top in the middle, and then an extrusion process, which will consolidate our melt spun ribbons, and then subjecting the extruded samples to equal channel angular pressing, which is essentially a severe plastic deformation process that makes these alloys very ductile, which is very beneficial to be used in bone so they don't catastrophically fail. And so with these two processes, we're hoping to develop an alloy that has an improved corrosion behavior, so it's more uniform and it's not as fast, and then as well as an improved strength and ductility than in conventionally processed alloy. And yeah, that's a lot, but any questions?
Yeah, I'm just curious what happens to the materials that the alloy is made of as they biodegrade.
So essentially magnesium, zinc, and calcium are all found naturally in the body. So there have been studies shown that these, the ions essentially that are products of the corrosion process will essentially just dissipate in the body and be expelled as they would if you were entered through like the digestive system or anything like that, because we do ingest these minerals usually daily.
I take it this is my cue. So,
yeah.
My name is Buddy Stark. I'm from Longway Planetarium in Flint, Michigan. And we realized very quickly that with COVID hitting and the stay-at-home orders hitting, people would be looking for things to do. And we, as an informal science education facility, feel like that kind of outreach is part of our responsibility and part of our goal. And so the way that we went about doing this was we created what we called daily dose videos. For the month of March through the month of June, We put out a video every day to our Facebook and YouTube channels that used a wide variety of techniques that tried to get people to do things in their own home and use materials in their own home to just think critically while they were stuck at home. A lot of these were geared towards children. Others, we realized that stargazing was a socially distant activity if people would just step outside in their backyard, if they knew what to look for. So others just showed them non-telescope types of things they could look for in their backyard. And the paper, the slide there details the way that we went about it, because it turned out to be very, very doable and cheap. And the biggest resource was our time. And so we actually, because of sort of how simple this turned out to be, we plan on doing it moving forward, but just doing it on a weekly basis instead of a daily basis. And we got a lot of really positive response and a lot of good uptake from the public. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Well, I encourage everyone to view the lengthy video, because it's got a lot of nice clips in there.
Are those clips still available on your webpage or
Yes,
YouTube channel?
Yes, they are. And it's, if we're doing our job right, they're a little buried at this point because newer things are up on top. But we do have on our Facebook channel, or our Facebook page at least, we have a specific folder for those daily dose videos that you can find and sort through them. And again, he's right. The YouTube video demonstrates some of those clips with my narration over top of them. So do check that out as well.
Very good. So,
hi, my name is Erica Slink, and this past summer, well, I go to Hope College, and this past summer we had students from underrepresented groups have the opportunity to take part in a summer STEM camp. And this was held virtually due to COVID. So this project provided local students the opportunity to explore engineering design in a hands-on and problem-solving context. So we had two main activities. The activities were making marble tracks and airplanes with recyclable materials. Students were in 4th or 5th grade, and they were chosen for the program from underrepresented groups that would not otherwise have the opportunity to participate in a summer STEM program. In-service teachers from the same district were also chosen to work with these students, and as well as Hope College education majors, and we gained a lot of experiential learning through this experience. We delivered a box of materials to each of the students' homes before the camp began, and then collaborating with the 2 free service teachers and Hope education majors, we provided virtual instruction via Zoom twice a day for 4 days. And one of the quotes from one of the Holland Public Schools teachers is, "The skills I learned about interacting with students, engaging students, and connecting with students through my experience with virtual learning during this STEM camp have been critical and so beneficial in my teaching this year." So students really gained a lot of great experience this online STEM camp. And I'm free to take any questions.
Do you think that you'll replicate this in the future?
I think it went really well on Zoom. One of the biggest fears was that we wouldn't have a lot of communication and talking with the students, like hearing their ideas, but students were very open to unmuting and sharing, and they loved showing their projects that they made. I would prefer in person, but I think that this really worked, and we learned a lot from being virtual.
There was a question in the chat about any materials that you could share or suggestions.
Yeah, I know that Carrie put in there that you can email Carrie, but we did like write a curriculum, and we dropped off a bag of pretty basic materials to create their marble tracks in their airplanes. So yeah, as Carrie mentioned, you can email her at that email and we can get you some materials.
Yeah, I know a lot of us are really scrambling to provide that hands-on experience, you know, when the students can't be in the laboratory these days.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm part of the Science Camp program continuously, so if anyone wants to ask further questions in the future, please feel free to email me.
Okay, we have the MySTEM Virtual Air and Space Camps.
I think that's me. Hello, I'm Lisa Weininger, and I'm here with Laura Percival from the MySTEM Network. Our state network promotes STEM learning and career opportunities. And so we had planned a number of face-to-face events in the summer that were student facing. And obviously COVID kind of put an end to all of that, at least in the near future. But we wanted to find a way to still allow our Northern Michigan students in our regions, it's very rural and very dispersed, to be able to learn about air and space and to also have fun while they were doing it. Through the Space Grant Consortium Virtual Education Grant, we were able to partner with the Wings Over the Rockies Air and Space Museum, who's always had a really robust summer camp program, but they were looking to pivot away from a face-to-face format as well. And we're super happy to be able to work with our Michigan students. They adapted 8 of their in-person camps to virtual camps for our kids. The camps were all centered around NASA air and space missions, including life on Mars, space engineering, and a very popular camp about drones and drone racing. We had 160 students. They all received personalized kits for their camp, mailed directly to their homes. And then they had a 1-week camp experience online that included working with their peers, working with their teacher, going away, doing some other things, coming back, and then creating their product to show to everyone in their class. About 70% of our students were classified in one or more of the underrepresented groups as defined by NASA. And many of the families who participated in this program expressed their hope that they would be able to continue in the future, just because their rural location makes it very difficult for them to find high quality camp experiences nearby for their students. Our network, the MySTEM network, is grateful for the opportunity to be able to partner with the Michigan Space Grant Consortium to give our students in grades 3 through 8 this high quality, high interest learning experience so that they could learn about air and space in a very engaging way. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, Laura and I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Paulette Epstein. I'm the Director of Scientific Partnerships at the Michigan Science Center. And my colleague, Anna Sterner, is also out there. She is our Outreach and Distance Learning Program Manager. So today we are talking a little bit about what happened when the Michigan Science Center shut down. We made a shift to virtual programming. So the Michigan Space Grant Consortium funding allowed us to offer Echo Live, a 30-minute program streamed through Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube every weekday between March 21st and July 1st. Echo Live has continued beyond that at a slightly reduced capacity as we were able to finally open up our doors. And we actually just celebrated our 100th episode. So far, Echo Live has impacted over 175,000 people. And we're also able to create, with the funding from Michigan Space Grant Consortium, over 50 at-home science lessons and asynchronous virtual field trip lessons for kindergarten through 2nd grade, 6th through 8th grade, and 9th grade. These have been available to students on our website, and it has also given parents the opportunity to be able to have something that they can do at home without having to go out and buy a bunch of stuff. This work has continued beyond our funding from the Michigan Space Grant Consortium, but they helped us jumpstart our program, and we plan to continue this programming through the pandemic and beyond. My colleague Anna is dropping some links into the chat if you want to visit our website to see some of our virtual field trips, our at-home science, or check out our YouTube. I'll go ahead and drop that in. Definitely check those out. If you have any questions, let us know.
Great, thank you. Those links help, so I encourage everyone to see the longer version and visit those links in the chat. Any more questions? Okay. Next, we have Virtual Reality STEM Real Life Careers by Gerson et al. From Hope.
Yes, hi, that's me. I'm Nick Gerzunde, and I worked on the Virtual Reality STEM Real Life Careers program with Catherine Picard, Bill Bowerman, Elizabeth Zink, and Susan Ipri Brown. Before I get started, I just want to say thank you for having us. We always appreciate being a part of this conference. So when planning out this program, we wanted to ensure that all students, regardless of their demographics, had access to quality programs to learn about these STEM careers. And given the remote learning from the COVID pandemic and funding restrictions on field trips from schools, our focus was to create these videos to explore the fields of engineering and nursing. Our program was primarily student-led, and our middle school participants, they researched the careers, wrote the scripts, and even interviewed for the videos. They were able to learn firsthand from STEM professors and STEM students, and they were able to take tours of the laboratories at Hope College. Afterward, they showed 11% growth in Likert scale questions related to STEM. We're really excited that we were able to pull this off under the circumstances of the COVID pandemic. And we're excited to finish up these videos in the future and share them with local schools. Thanks again for the support of our outreach programs, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So there was, I think you answered this, but you could repeat it. There was one question, are the videos available to share?
Yes, so not yet. We are currently still working on them, but as soon as they are free to share, we're going to send them around to local schools so that everybody has access.
Thank you. Okay, next we have on the selection of interchip interconnect materials for electronic chips from Kahn and Kremen from Saginaw Valley State and the University of Notre Dame.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ashraf Khan from Saginaw Valley State University. Today I'm going to talk briefly on selection of interchip interconnect material for electronic chip. So this study is based on Quill packaging, which is a super connect and coplanar waveguide that transmits signal between two chips. And in this structure, the chips are connected by metal nodule with solder on it. And during the operation of the circuit, they face a reliability issue. And the question is, what kind of solder we can actually use for this kind of application? So as you know, Coffin-Mansion relationship is used to predict the reliability. So that is related to, related to the fatigue ductility exponent and ductility constant, and also plastic strain. And this study finds that the reliability or number of cycle is actually a strong function of the exponent. As you can see on these figures, actually for the temperature difference between 125 to minus 55, the cycles for tin lead is around 1,000 cycle, whereas for tin silver, it is actually around 9,000. So that is related to the exponent value. In other words, higher the exponent, lower the number of cycles. So this is applicable for the structure as you see on the left. So it might be applicable for other kind of structure, but they need to be explored. So thank you. I'd like to have your question if you have.
Thank you very much. And once again, you'll want to see the longer version on the MSGC YouTube channel. Oh. Any questions? Okay, we're up to two approaches to electrical and computer engineering pre-college outreach by Fujita.
That is me. Hi, everybody. I'm Liz Fujita from Michigan Technological University. I work in the ECE department as an academic advisor, but also as our outreach manager. And so we actually have two grants that are going on right now. So I'm going to try to condense them all into this little conversation, and as well as in the video. So one of the efforts that we have going on for this academic year is a grant to sort of do this multi-layered near peer mentoring project where college students teach high school students how to solder, and they make these little heart-shaped circuit boards with LEDs and other components that flashes. Once they've learned that from the college students, the high school students teach the middle school students how to do a simpler soldering project. And then those middle schoolers would teach their elementary school kids how to make little tiny wiggle bots. They're kind of just a vibrating motor, and talk about basic circuits. So that is one that we have underway. Obviously, with the school situation kind of all over the place right now, we're focused currently on just making all of the kits. We have to make 200 of each of them, so it's taking plenty of our time, so that we're ready to deploy when we can actually get into schools and do this. The second one that we have going on is through the virtual outreach grant cycle, where we are purchasing tablets, phones, and headsets to do a virtual programming workshop with basic app development. And we were finding that a lot of our students up here in the UP were super excited, but they didn't have access to the devices that they needed. So we are building a lending library of mobile phones and tablets so that we can loan them out through the schools to those kiddos to do this workshop. So we're just finishing up the curriculum on that and looking forward to working with the schools this fall on that project. So both are in progress, and we're really excited about both to keep students engaged with hands-on STEM as best we can and make sure that everybody's got equal access to that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Is your cascading mentorship, is that based on previous research? That's so cool. I've never seen anything like that before.
So it's something that we've done. We have a lot of programs at Tech that are based on sort of that, college student to high school near peer mentorship, but we've never tried one that was so many levels. In a previous office that I worked in, we did do this where the college students taught high schoolers some basic demos, and then the high schoolers put on an expo for their 4th and 5th graders. So we've done sort of a 2-step. We've never tried this sort of 4-step version. So really excited to see how it goes, but we found that certainly kids like to learn from someone closer to their age. They don't want to hear from me.
The photograph in the lower left is really eye-catching these days, coming from a department that struggles to provide that electronics lab experience. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on in that photograph?
Yeah, for sure. So unfortunately, this is not high school kiddos. These are members of our Society for Women Engineers helping us prepare the kits. So with the heart rate boards for the high schoolers and the smaller boards for the middle schoolers, we do pre-solder a couple of components just because we really don't want them to screw them up. It's fine for them to work on LEDs and resistors and things, but so that's one of the several work bees to get everything prepped.
Right. Were there any issues in getting that many people into the lab? I mean, for our place, it's very strict, so limiting the number of people in the lab at any one time and so on and so forth. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. This particular lab space is pretty large and pretty well spaced out as it is. So we're capped at 10. So having 5 or 6 people in there hasn't been an issue. But obviously for doing the workshop with actual kids, we're very limited on that right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So you're going to be hearing from Professor Ed Cackett from Wayne State University.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I'm taking over now as the moderator for the second half of this first session. And up next, we have Alexis Rogers from Oakland, who's going to tell us about Oakland University's energy exploration.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Alexis Rogers, and my team at Oakland University has been analyzing the energy consumption trends of the campus to identify opportunities to implement energy conservation measures. In addition, we have been authoring an energy management policy that indicates the energy data that should be collected and how it will be utilized to increase the energy efficiency of Oakland's campus. So on the slide to the right, it shows the electrical consumption for the whole campus. And this data and the energy consumption of each individual building was used to determine candidate buildings to be further analyzed. So one of those buildings we chose to analyze further is the Human Health Building, which is shown on the left of the slide. This building is very interesting because of its energy conservation measures, such as a full geothermal system and a solar thermal desk and dehumidification system to supply outdoor air. So we're working to evaluate the performance of the geothermal system using seasonal performance factors and by comparing to similar systems in literature. So thank you for your support. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Questions for Alexis? So I had a question. I thought this was very interesting to see you can get 20% of the energy of the building for heating and cooling from this geothermal. I was wondering about the cost of things, right? The cost of installing the heat pumps, how many years does it take to pay off, right, in terms of energy savings?
Yeah, so it's definitely something we're still researching, comparing if that geothermal system, has a pretty big initial cost, if that's more cost effective versus having that traditional HVAC system. So it's definitely something we're going to be analyzing and reviewing in a case study that we're putting together.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if not, let's move on to the next talk. So next we have Brad Pfeiffer, also from Oakland University, who's going to talk about electric vehicle penetration for minimizing power system upgrades.
Hi, my name is Brad Pfeiffer. I'm an undergraduate at Oakland University, and what I've been working on throughout the summer is looking at vehicle-to-grid technology for minimizing power system upgrades, like it says. So using MATLAB, we've basically taken the, we're looking at the potential energy that could be utilized to help the grid during the peak hours, and so minimize or defer power system upgrades. Currently, no vehicles in the US have bidirectional charging capability, so it's all conceptual research, but what we're finding is there's definitely significant energy potential to be tapped into. Electric vehicles house a lot of energy. Typical energy usage for a house can be, for a day, can be a quarter of the, an electric vehicle's battery capacity. So there's a significant amount of energy tapped into. I think the major challenge of the technology will be getting users, owners to agree to participate. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Brad. Questions?
Hi, this is Sandun from Saginaw Valley. I do have a question, Brad.
Yep.
Brad, so when you're talking about the peak, when do you see the peak happening in general if you take a region on the power grid?
Could you say that again?
So when you look at the power demand, at what time of the day do you see the peak happening?
There's lots of different data that we could use for the peak, but usually what we see is around 12 o'clock, around to 8 o'clock at night is when most of the peak occurs. There's a big jump when everybody gets home from work after 5 o'clock, but there's also a jump, when work starts around 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So electric vehicles charge at night, and then during that time, if they're sitting, they could support the grid during peak.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering whether there's an intermediate step instead of just going straight to the grid. Is there a point at which homeowners can just tap into the energy of their car, right? So instead of sending it to the grid, they just use the energy in the car.
Yeah, that's absolutely an idea that's been looked at and is very, very interesting. I believe the Nissan Leaf has been advertised to have that technology. It's just not available in the US yet, but it's very interesting technology. I'm very interested to learn more about it as well.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, I thought this was pretty exciting. I would like to have that technology myself.
Yes, me too.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Jose Rodriguez Labra from Western Michigan, who's going to talk about development of PPG sensor array as a wearable device to monitor cardiovascular metric.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jose Ignacio Rodriguez Labra. I'm working with the Center for Smart Sensors and Structures at Western Michigan University. And so I worked on the PPG sensor array. So PPG sensors are pulse oximeters that send light signals to the skin and sense changes in light absorption. These changes in light absorption can then be correlated to various health parameters like blood oxygen concentration, blood flow, breathing, and heart rate. Below, you can see a graph using the PPG sensor correlation to predict oxygen saturation specifically. But using multiple sensors, we can use sensor fusion to improve data quality, in addition to make comparisons between sensor locations to infer further physiological states. Making an autonomous, non-invasive system of continuous health monitoring is important in ensuring safety in space for both predicting possible conditions of the subject and identifying any issues at the present moment. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions?
Is that a shoe insert imaged? And what's it measuring?
Yeah, so our target location for the device is the shoe. In case the subject develops something like peripheral artery disease, and those artery complications happen in the feet or perhaps anywhere in the body, using sensor fusion, we can make those cardiovascular metric comparisons between the sensors to infer, hey, something's going on at this location. Additionally, since it's on the foot, we can do gait analysis and see how the subject is walking and moving.
Excellent, thank you. Other questions? Is there a limit to how small you can make these things?
The PPG sensors themselves are quite tiny, maybe 2 by 4 millimeters. The main board in the second image at the bottom, it's a different prototype where instead of making the whole thing into a single board, we separate the PPG nodes. We plan to put this into a flexible substrate so that the subject can actually place the sensors dynamically.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, up next, we have Alana Cardenas-O'Toole from the University of Michigan, who will talk about a statistical and event analysis of phase and amplitude scintillations associated with polar cap patches.
Hello, my name is Alana Cardenas-O'Toole. I'm from the University of Michigan. I studied how phase and amplitude scintillations are impacted by polar cap patches. High-frequency radio signals travel through the ionosphere to the target and back, and scintillations can corrupt the signal or cause the signal to be lost, as shown in the image. Polar cap patches are discrete islands of high-density plasma ranging from 100 to 1,000 kilometers in the F region ionosphere. As density structures, they have the potential to cause scintillation. However, it was found that statistically, there is no obvious phase scintillation or amplitude scintillation increase associated with patch in the polar cap, as shown by the histogram. However, there were 15 events in 2016 where the phase scintillation increased significantly with patch presence. Shown here is one event where significant scintillation did occur. There was significant TEC and strong field-aligned currents, as shown by the image. We think that for increased scintillation to occur, it appears that there needs to be high enough electron density and TEC, as mentioned by Jenner et al., or a patch may cause scintillation if paired with other effects. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions?
This was 2016 during solar minimum?
Yes, it was 2016.
So do you, this is Professor Sharon, do you have monitors aside from spacecraft for measuring synths? In other words,
so we measure this using the riser.
Oh, okay.
Riser in Resolute Bay.
Yes, 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 very good. Yeah, I was to say that the HARP installation around Gakona, Alaska, now has permanent instrumentation, and some of it might be available for just scent measurements.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions for Alana?
I'll just add that we've done rheometer measurements, and you can use natural sources like KSA. So just in the sky sources when satellites aren't convenient.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, moving on. Next, we have Jackson Brenneker and Chase Tuttle from Grand Valley State, and they're going to talk about magnetic nanoparticle-based motion sensing.
My name is Jackson, and this is our presentation on the magnetic nanoparticle-based motion sensing. So initially, this research was sort of an extension of a proof of concept that was started by our faculty advisor. The way this technology works, it's a novel inertial sensing technology, and essentially we supply alternating out-of-phase current to some wire wrappings that is wrapped around our magnetic nanoparticles. And the way that we supply this current allows us to spin the particles, and they essentially act as miniature gyroscopes once we get them spinning. We're then able to measure the induced current from the electromagnetic radiation when we displace this sensor. And we're able to translate those measurements to some orientation information. So my work has been primarily graduate research on the theoretical modeling and simulations of the system. And I'll let Chase speak a bit about his work.
Yep, I'm Chase, and I was the MSGC Fellowship Awardee, and I worked on the data acquisition portion of the project. Previously, a cheap DC motor was used to manipulate the orientation of the particles, and a Arduino was used to detect the changes in current through the coils. The grant allowed us to upgrade our equipment we used for the orientation manipulation and current sensing. So now we have accuracy to the 100th of degree and positional feedback, as well as accurate data acquisition.
Thank you. And that's nice. And the video that you guys recorded is a nice demonstration of you showing off the equipment too. So I encourage folks to go look at that. Any questions? So I had a question. So we obviously have inertial sensing stuff in our phones, right? Is this magnetic nanoparticle-based method making things smaller? What's the advantage of the sort of accelerometer type things that we already use every day?
Yeah, so it's a totally different working principle, right? I mean, a lot of the sensors used in the phones use vibrative MEMS type sensors. So the applications of this are more for ones where you're worried about higher temperatures and pressures and environments where typical like PCB board style sensors might fail. So it's not necessarily smaller, but it's more resistant to environmental conditions.
So could this be used on the spacecraft?
What was that?
So could it be used on spacecraft?
Correct. Yeah, that's certainly one of the applications that's being considered for.
Any other questions? If not, thanks very much again. Okay,
right, thank you.
Up next, we have Sandhu Karupu from Saginaw Valley State, who's going to tell us about PMSM, position sensor offset error quantification.
Thank you, Ed. So this is Sandhu Karupu. Thank you for having me here. So PMSM is actually a permanent magnet synchronous machine. It's a short form. It's a subclass of electric machines, and it's very favorable for space exploration applications and lunar bases, Mars bases, because they are very compact, and then they don't have any brushes like on DC machines, and you have kind of a very compact, high torque density electromechanical actuator. However, the one primary drawback on these machines is you need a sensor to sense the rotor position for optimal torque generation. And one issue there might be in the system is if the sensor loosens up mechanically, it could cause very drastic problems, because you might end up injecting negative torque when you wanted positive torque. So this research is actually developing a strategy to real-time detect such an offset error and mitigate it or compensate for it in real time. And you can see some of the analysis that we went through studying the closed loop dynamic system. And then I'm showing some experimental data on the right, which is capturing, we are using the real-time data to quantify how much error there is, and eventually you can compensate for it in real time. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? This is easy to implement on currently used devices that are used in industry.
Yes. This is very, very easy to implement. This is based on some of those hardware actually.
Last chance to ask Sandra a question. No, thank you very much. Okay, next we have McKenna Bartley from Hope College, who's going to tell us about student impact in Explore Hope STEM education outreach.
Hi, so I'm McKenna Bartley, a psychology major at Hope College. First, I want to thank everyone who has given me this opportunity to conduct research to help the Explore Hope summer science camps at Hope College. So our research focused on ways to help students gain confidence in the educational setting, as well as the innovative technologies that allow students to engage more deeply in STEM activities. We then want to reach beyond engagement to provide programs that improve the students' self-efficacy and ways to increase their desire to continue down the path of STEM for a career. With programs reaching 2,000 students, Explore Hope is committed to putting these best practices into our programs. These best practices also sharpen our focus on access and equity for all students in our content delivery. The best practices that we found were using engaging technology, increasing STEM self-efficacy, providing the opportunity for students to create their own research questions, and putting a focus on teachers being more knowledgeable in STEM fields to increase their confidence and helpfulness. This past summer, even in a mix of in-person and virtual learning environments, we were still able to see learning gains from all the camps that we had in place. Our focus continues to be placed on getting more than just learning gains for students, but gaining self-efficacy and confidence within STEM for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, McKenna. Any questions?
Are these camps one-day camps or longer?
They are all week-long camps, so most of our virtual ones happened like twice a day, and then the ones that are in person are normally in the morning or in the afternoon, but they are for a full week.
How do you determine whether a technology is engaging or not, right? So I'm familiar with my kids now doing lots of stuff online on Zoom in school, and some of the software they're using doesn't engage them at all and some does. Is there a way that you measure whether something's engaging or not?
I'm not really sure if there's a way to figure out if it's engaging or not, but I think more if it's hands-on learning and if they're able to think more critically throughout it, that would be a way for it to be engaging.
Okay, thank you. Next up, are there any other questions? Sorry, I saw Susan. Do you have a question there? No?
Oh, I was just going to add in for McKenna that one of the other ways we look at engagement is, as she mentioned, self-efficacy. Do they rate themselves as stronger to be able to do science? Is their confidence increase? And so not only are they doing hands-on things, but are they also making that more internal that they could do this from a confidence and self-efficacy perspective?
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Kip Neiman from Wayne State, who's going to tell us about neural network-based model predictive control of residual stress in powder bed fusion.
Hi, my name is Kip Neiman. This project is regarding powder bed fusion, or PBF, which is an additive manufacturing technique where a laser melts successive layers into a bed of metal powder. In space, PBF would offer flexibility in part production which would be useful in reducing cargo shipments and would offer safety benefits in remote locations. A challenge is that post-processing of parts created by PBF can involve energy-intensive steps such as heat treatment. In this project, we hypothesize that we can develop a model-based controller, which is an advanced control algorithm that determines optimal control actions to minimize residual stress in the completed part, thus reducing or eliminating the need for heat treatment. To date, we have developed ANSYS simulations based off of models described in literature. The figures on the right show the results so far. The first figure shows that the heat profile of the laser applied using APDL commands in the code. And the bottom figure shows the resulting normal stress in the X direction in the formation of a metal structure from the powder. Our next steps are to utilize this ANSYS simulation in the development of a data-driven model, which we expect to use a neural network to relate laser parameters to the residual stress, and then to incorporate this model into the model predictive controller in this simulation. I would like to say that we gratefully acknowledge funding from the MSGC, which has provided partial support for this project, and thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Kip. Any questions?
Is PBF being used right now in additive manufacturing of metals on Earth?
Yeah, so it's used, for instance, in the aerospace industry to produce parts that contain complex geometries. It's also used to make certain medical objects like dental fillings because of its ability to produce custom objects.
So it's essentially more advanced 3D printing, right? I mean, is that a way to think about it?
Yeah, it is. It's a form of 3D printing that produces metal parts. Yes.
Very cool to be able to do that as an astronaut in space, I suspect, right? Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, we can move on. Next, we have Alex Steiner from Michigan State, who's going to talk about the fate of plagiar clays during prolonged magma storage in a flood basalt province.
Thank you very much. So the goal of this project is to start to develop some constraints on the magma chambers that are feeding the large eruptions associated with continental flood basalt provinces. Now, what we did is we went through and sampled a whole long section of lavas, ones that were erupted on top of one on top of another, and we analyzed the crystals that are held within those lavas. Now, those crystals are too large to have formed at the surface. They must be coming from the magmatic system underground, so they're messengers from the magma chamber. When we analyzed them, we found that the crystals in each individual lava were remarkably homogeneous. And this isn't what we expected because we have separate evidence that the magma compositions are changing through time. One way that we can possibly get all these homogeneous crystals in an individual magma is that the crystal compositions can be reset given sufficient time at high temperature. Now, the original compositions probably would be reset on the order of tens to hundreds of thousands of years, given the temperatures that we have measured in those crystals, which is about 1100 degrees C. And given the amount of time required for a 0.5 millimeter grain to equilibrate, it would be between tens to hundreds of thousands of years. Now, this is kind of important because continental flood basalt provinces are known to occur before continental breakup. So this may be a way that heat can be transferred from magmas into the crust, which may weaken it and eventually result in continental breakup. These magmas are spending a long time in the crust, providing a lot of heat for that process.
Thank you. Questions for Alex? So I saw in your video, the region that you looked at was in northern Kenya, do I remember that correctly?
Yeah, northern Kenya. About as far north as you can get.
Is that that particular region unique for this type of geology, or is this seen elsewhere?
Well, it happens to be one of the youngest continental flood basalt provinces that we can examine. And it's associated with the continental rift. The East African rift goes right through that area. So we have a good correlation between the flood basalt event and subsequent rifting of the continent.
Excellent, thank you. No questions? Okay, thanks, Alex. So the next and final talk of this session is by Chris Svoboda, who is talking about investigating pyroxenite as the source of Eocene recent Patagonian back arc magmatism. Sorry, I sort of mumbled your title there. We'll take it away.
no worries. All right, so we are looking at these Cenozoic magmas that erupted in the back arc of Patagonia in South America. So the current model to explain these magmas is that as the South American continent is riding over this mid-ocean ridge spreading center that we can see on the left, the Chile Rise, part of that plate is descending into the mantle, and it's allowing a window with which material flows up and then causes that magmatism. And that is thought to have been occurring for the last 16 million years. So we went to Patagonia and collected some of the magmas there. And we found that there are older magmas. So you can see in the middle of the slide on the left here, the Alma Gaucha basalts are 22 million years old, and the Cerro del Doce basalts are 37 and 40 million years old. So these predate the opening of that slab window. So we need another possible way to explain this magmatism that predates the tectonic opening of this proposed slab window. One way that we think might do this is the melting of pyroxenite. So pyroxenite is a type of rock that can exist in the mantle. It's a little bit different than the ambient mantle, which is thought to be peridotite, which is mainly made of olivine, excuse me. So we measured the composition of olivines from La Angelita basalts, and we found that these olivine could be consistent with being derived from a pyroxenite melt. So currently we're in the process of testing olivine from these older magmas to see if there's evidence of these pyroxenite lithologies. So with that, you could have magmatism that doesn't necessarily require the slab window and could just be related to ongoing subduction processes in that area. And that's it. I'm ready for some questions.
Thanks. Questions for Chris?
Yeah, I have a question.
Please.
How do you make sure you get samples that are from deep enough in the ground?
Well, these are actually all lava flows that are at the surface. So a magma is generated in the mantle, it rises, sometimes they stall in the crust and make crystals, and then they get erupted at the surface. So we collect them from the surface, and then we use the dating to infer when they were relatively erupted.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any final questions for Chris? If not, thank you very much. And thank you to all the speakers in this first session, some very fascinating talks there. And everyone managed to stay wonderfully on time, which is quite impressive for these 1-minute lightning talks. I will pass over to Mark, as I see he's got his video on, so I guess you want to make an announcement.
Yep, I was just going to welcome everybody to the kitchen and grab a cup of coffee and be back by 2:15. The link for the second session and the third session is the same as the first, so you're welcome to stay connected. Just remember to mute your mic and camera, but you can also disconnect and reconnect. But we're going to be starting at 2:15. Thank you. It's funny when just speed reading schoolyard assessment, it just came schoolyard bully for whatever reason. That so it's like, no, sorry.
That's how you started the recording of this?
Oh, well, I'm sure it will come back to haunt us.
Undoubtedly. And everyone will smile. Well, my clock says that it's 2:15. Shall we open this session? Welcome to session 2. And my name is Dr. Virginia Ayers, and I will be your moderator for this session, along with Dr. Bopi Opanda. And the talks that we're having in this session will largely support NASA's Earth Science and Technology Office, which is one of the 2 main groupings at NASA, along with planetary science. So let's get started with the Michigan Resources on Climate Change and Land Change Education, given by Yumbisteva from Grand Valley State University. You have 1 minute, go.
Hello, yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Elena Lubimtseva, and I'm a professor of geography at Grand Valley State University. I would like to introduce GVSU team, Dr. Janet Vale, Amanda Sayers, and Emily Buetna. And I also am very pleased to introduce our group of 16 collaborators who are all middle school and high school teachers from across the entire state of Michigan. This first group of teachers would become ambassadors of NASA and Earth observations in their communities as we plan to grow this program beyond this first year. Miracle is both an online collaborative teaching and learning community, which is supported by Michigan Space Grant and GVSU Climate Education Solutions Network, and a teacher training program offering credits that are approved by Michigan Department of Education. By the end of this academic year, we are also would be able to offer 16 open access interdisciplinary lesson plans addressing climate change in the classroom and land use and cover changes in Michigan using satellite Earth observations and and other educational assets from NASA. When we launched this program this year, just like many of you, we had to fully reimagine the project to adapt it to the current public crisis and develop this program fully online. We see it more as an opportunity, not just as a challenge, because through collaboration with our group of teachers, we realized that there is a huge need in remote programming and online visualization and online high quality resources on climate change for schools specific for Michigan. This remote format also enabled us to assure much broader participation that we initially expected, including all regions of Michigan, including the Upper Peninsula and all parts of the Lower Peninsula.
Sorry about this, but we're going past the 2-minute mark.
Thank you. And so our event is October 22nd, and the link is in the chat. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any quick questions? Well, I'd love to know about how you interfaced with various NASA databases, but unfortunately at this point, I'll ask you offline. All right, let's move on with First Tango. Extent Mat World Analog Microbes Synchronized Migration to a Diurnal Tempo from Bidanda and group, also at Grand Valley State University. Opie, are you there?
Opie, you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go
Yes.
right ahead.
The present, the Earth is full of extreme ecosystems that are hidden, but dominated by microorganisms, which are original inhabitants of the biosphere. Lake Huron sinkholes, submerged sinkholes are an example here. Low oxygen, high sulfur waters fuel carpets of microbes that are dominated by photosynthetic purple cyanobacteria and chemosynthetic white microbes. And using time-lapse photography, we have noticed that they don't just sit there, they move actively up and down the water column, seeking sunlight during the day and seeking chemicals at night. Can I have the next animation, please? Okay, here I'm showing you a 24-hour, 30-second time-lapse imagery. Can I have the next one, please? That should take us through a midday to a midday interval of 24 hours, half an hour time-lapse imagery. And you can see through the day, the mats become purple as the cyanobacteria come up, and at night, it turns white when the chemosynthetic mats come up. And in the next morning, it'll turn back purple. So I want to leave you with this thought that this kind of diurnal vertical migration might have been the dominant way the biosphere worked for the first 2 billion years of the biosphere when the Earth slowly oxygenated. Could we be, in present day system, are we getting a glimpse of the first and the largest mass daily migration of life on the planet? Thank you.
Fascinating stuff. Are there any questions? What are the temperature conditions under which you are working? And I'm extrapolating to conditions on a place like Enceladus, where maybe, just maybe, we will find something.
Yeah, the water condition is very cold. It's less than 10 degrees. It almost represents the millennial surface temperature on the up, in this part of Michigan. That's the average temperature. It's groundwater that is going through ancient seabeds and bringing out the salts and fueling this microbial growth. So it's all linked to the past seas. We think this was how the Precambrian seas, the life in the Precambrian seas were. And you're very right. This could be
I'm so
modeled
sorry that I have to cut you off right now, but thank you for answering that question. All right. Our next talk is Spatial Ecology and Survival Analysis of a Spotted Turtle Population in Southwest Michigan by Curry from Grand Valley State University.
Right. Hi, everyone. My name is Michaela Corey, and I'm a graduate student at Grand Valley State University. And my thesis does focus on the spatial ecology and the survival analysis of spotted turtles in Southwest Michigan. And today I'm going to be just showing you a little small synopsis of my project. So being that spotted turtles are a species currently proposed on the endangered species list by the U.S. Fisheries and Wildlife, identifying their habitat selection and spatial ecology is a crucial component in developing management strategies for this cryptic species. So as you can see here, this map shows the home ranges of this population in Southwest Michigan for my first field season. And looking at the home range map between spring and summer of 2020, there's an indication of a large difference in the total average area occupied within both sexes and of their home ranges. So during the spring, we observed that both male and female turtles occupied more of a centralized area, focusing more on the deciduous forest where there was actually a vernal pool present, and that was used for mostly basking, warming up from their spring emergence, and then eating. Conversely, in the summer, we saw that the turtles' movements were more spread out, occupying a larger macro habitat, which consisted mostly of a scrub and shrub-dominated fen. These changes in seasonal movements of the turtles were most likely motivated by mating, nesting, evasion of predation, or prevention of desiccation, which means preventing from them drying out and dying. So I will be continuing this project over a second field season, which will allow me to compare differences in movement and habitat selection and observe if climate change or any other external factors may come into play over that 2-year time span. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
Any questions from the audience first?
I missed where your field site is.
So I actually have to keep that private because this is such an endangered, threatened species, and they're really prone to poaching. So I can't, unfortunately, talk about where it is.
You just answered my question. I was curious to know how much poaching is an issue here in Michigan.
It's pretty big. They're, well, not in Michigan, but there was a well-known author who studies the spotted turtles in Canada, and the population that she was studying was actually wiped out by poachers. So we have to be pretty confident and discreet about their location, unfortunately.
What a pity we have to move on at this point. Thank you. Our next talk is the effect of serotonin on male response to female ultrasonic vocalizations and urine in the house mouse. This is Kovacs from Hope College.
Hi everyone. We asked the question, does an increase in the precursor for serotonin or 5-HTP affect the behavior of mice when exposed to multimodal stimuli? Some mice were presented with multimodal stimuli, which the stimuli was urine and USVs, which stands for ultrasonic vocalizations. We presented the other mice with the unimodal stimuli, which were only USVs. We then investigated the behaviors when the mice were given 5-HTP. Excuse me. We predicted that there would be an increase in sexual, anxious, and investigative behavior and no change in general activities. For our preliminary results, we analyzed 20 total mice and found that there was a statistically significant decrease in digging and investigative behavior with drug treatment. Also, there were no statistically significant differences in unimodal versus multimodal stimuli, but we will continue to gather and analyze data of behavior to understand its relationship with neural activation. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Perfect timing. You hit the 1 minute on the mark.
Thanks.
First, any questions from the audience? I read up on yours and you had a fascinating result because, of course, a non-result is always a challenge. Do you think that environmental stressors could have been involved in the response not matching the original prediction?
That might have been it for our past research, but our research actually controlled the stimuli because the past research that we based our question on had the female presented with a male, so it was uncontrolled. Whereas our stimuli was controlled, so that might have been a factor with the stress, but that would have been with the past research and not with ours. Thank you.
I'm so sorry I can't follow up on that. My next question would be, where would you go next?
I think
because
next,
no one gives up.
That's right. Yep.
All right. Let us move on to the next 4 talks. Will all be focusing on dunes, and dunes, of course, are a local and important part of Earth science. So we will begin with using ground penetrating radar to investigate a sedimentary archive at PJ Hoffmaster State Park. This talk is given by Doomstra from Calvin. Peter, are you there?
Oh, let me, is it unmuted now?
You're good.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm Peter Dimstra. I'm a senior geography student at Calvin University. This presentation is on research that I conducted this past summer with Dr. Melinda Higley, also Calvin University. We used ground penetrating radar to investigate the subsurface of a dune at PJ Hoffmaster State Park. Ground penetrating radar uses radio waves to see underground by bouncing energy off of subsurface reflectors. Since this type of investigation does not require any digging, it is an ideal way to look at the subsurface without disturbing it. The coastal dunes present at PJ Hoffmaster made an ideal area to utilize this functionality due to the soil composition and contrast between wind deposited sediment layers. So on the right, you can see some of the fruits of our labor, one of the individual GPR lines with color-coded interpretations, as well as a cycling grid model. I believe that's all I have time for, but if you want to learn more, make sure to check out my presentation and I'll answer any questions you have.
Perfect. Another one who hit the 1-minute mark right on the nail. All right. Are there any questions from the audience?
How deep can the radar penetrate?
It really depends. I don't think I have time to answer that, but so most of our study penetrated to a depth of about 10 meters before we reached attenuation, but you can use different frequencies of radio waves, and that will vary your results on depth. I see a question in the chat. Can radar see the water table? That's actually something that I'm still working on figuring out, because it appears that we can see the water table. I'm not entirely sure if that's what we're seeing, though.
What are the alternatives?
The alternatives to ground penetrating radar?
No. If you're not seeing the water table, what could it be?
It could just be an old dune surface. Additional research really needs to be conducted to verify any of these results. So
all right.
This is more of a preliminary project. Thank you.
We will have to move on. Another good one for follow-up from the audience offline. Our next talk is constructing digital terrain models from Lake Michigan dune imagery. And this is given by Harlow from Hope College.
Hello, and thank you. Yes, one of my projects this summer was on constructing digital terrain models from Lake Michigan dune imagery. First of all, a digital terrain model is an elevation map of the area that filters out ground obstructions such as trees and bushes. It is useful for mapping topography changes over time. The figures below show the process of constructing these digital terrain models. First, I will discuss the data that we use to make these digital terrain models. The data was in a point cloud format. This means that it consists of hundreds of millions of points. positional data as well as spectral data. You can see the RGB image on the lower left, and to the right of it, you can see these points colored according to elevation. Secondly, to construct the digital terrain models from these points, we needed to remove the points that correspond to non-ground, such as tree canopies and bridges. To do this, I created an algorithm that classifies all of the points in the point cloud as either ground or non-ground. You can see the resulting ground points in the third image. Finally, we needed to interpolate these known ground points, or fill in the area between. I created an algorithm that does this, and you can see the results of this algorithm on the far right. The final image, therefore, is the DTM of this area of interest. Processes such as this may prove to be an extremely useful tool for mapping topography changes over time. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I will answer.
Questions from the audience first.
Yeah, what kind of software do you use to simulate this?
I just made all my algorithms in Python, and we can also use R, but I did most of my analysis in Python.
Any
I see a
other
question.
questions? Go ahead.
I see a question in the chat. Are high water levels affecting the dune face? Yes, they are. And I haven't yet analyzed the differences in the topography over various years. We have to take more data to do that. But visually, without taking data, it's very apparent that yes, it's affecting the topography.
Fascinating. All right, reluctantly for everybody, we'll have to move on to the next talk, which is mapping dune vegetation using drones. And this is given by Chris Bach from Hope College.
Thank you. So this problem involved mapping vegetation coverage across an entire dune complex. And we used imagery stitched together from a drone. And you can see that orthomosaic on the left here. So we had to fly at a high altitude to create this image. And as you can see, it doesn't provide enough detail to identify individual plants and map vegetation coverage at a high resolution. So what we did, we took 50 detailed ground-based photographs that allowed us to accurately estimate vegetation density using a pixel-based machine learning algorithm, random forest specifically. So we use these L-shaped PVC pipes for area identification. Next, we calculate the normalized difference vegetation index, or NDVI, which is a commonly used vegetation index in remote sensing. In these same areas in the high altitude imagery, we use NDVI as a way to connect the drone imagery to the vegetation estimates from the machine learning with a single numerical value. So we extracted a total of 200 data points to fit our model to, and we applied this empirical model to the entire orthomosaic, producing a high resolution vegetation density map over the entire complex. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. We have not tried a telescope. We used a DJI Matrice 210. No telescopes.
That looks like a really interesting way to beat out a problem. I have heard various discussions of things like this at ESTO panels, and that's real. What you're doing is really of interest to NASA and its assessment of vegetation on Earth. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, to answer Bobby's question of time, so this model and this technique can be applied to other areas. This general process of calibrating or using detailed data to bring up resolution from lower resolution data. So we could use this process in over other terrains. Thank you.
All right, I hate to do this, but we're going to have to move on. Next talk, using machine learning from hardware and extrapolating from data to interpretive software, using machine learning to model West Michigan dune complexes, by Stevenson from Hope College.
Hi, yes, I'm working with the Hope College Dune Group as well, and we've been collecting multispectral imagery from drones at 3 locations along the West Michigan Lake shore. And we've really been interested in 3 things with our data modeling using machine learning. The first is classifying pixels into land type, which you'll see in the center down at the bottom, using random forests and using artificial neural networks for that as well. As Blake talked about, we've been classifying points as ground points and non-ground points. That helps us to create these digital elevation models at the complex wide scale. And then thirdly, we've been using regression to try and extend vegetation coverage. Jack talked about doing that from the handheld camera level to the drone photography level. One thing we've been trying to do is then extend that even further using the drone imagery as a baseline and then trying to extend that to some airplane imagery, which is easier to obtain and available over broader segments. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point. Thanks.
Perfect 1 minute presentation. Questions from the audience?
So there's one question in the chat about spatial resolution. The typical high drone flight gives us about 5 centimeter resolution on the ground. And so for an entire complex, we have these large point clouds and they result in rectilinear images of somewhere around 20,000 pixels by 15,000, something like that, a lot of cases. And so, but we get a sort of as a baseline about 5 centimeter resolution on it.
We've got 30 seconds for another question from the audience.
There's a question about the camera. I don't know the exact resolution of it off the top of my head.
I have a real quick 15-second question. What are the major artifacts?
Sorry, say this again.
Artifacts. When you are taking your machine learning, is there anything that will trip up the
there's a lot of variability in light conditions, and something will often get categorized as a wetland area or something just because it's in the shadow. And so there's the time of day we fly and the light conditions actually makes a fair amount of difference. And so certainly that's something we're trying to account for.
Thank you very much. Moving on to building a Dune on campus, innovation and perseverance in science. And I will add, during this time of COVID-19 challenges. The talk will be given by Banjik from Calvin.
Thank you. I'm Deanna Van Dyke from Calvin University. For this fall semester, COVID-19 created logistical problems for a research-based course for first-year university students that is partially funded by an MSGC grant. The first-year Research in Earth Sciences, or FIRES course, typically brings about 30 students on multiple trips to Lake Michigan dunes. This year, we brought the dune experiences to the students by building a dune on the Calvin University campus. With the purchase of 630 tons of sand from a local source, a 9,000 square foot dune area on a slope was created. We planted dune vegetation along the edges, roped off a research area, and named it Perseverance Dune. 7 weeks into the fall semester, we are seeing typical dune behavior with strong winds moving sand across the slope and producing surface features such as ripples. Students have enjoyed hands-on learning about dunes and research methods, and we have just begun team research projects. Finally, the dune on campus is visible evidence of the creative, engaging, and persevering nature of science.
Questions from the audience?
I'm seeing a question in the chat about big enough for a volleyball court. Yes, it would be. It would be a very sloped volleyball court, but we're encouraging people not to play volleyball on our experiments over the next couple of weeks.
Another question is turned up in the chat. Wow, you've got lots of questions in the chat.
Okay. We definitely have the students enjoying the process and being outdoors as a contrast to being in some of the classrooms on campus. In terms of how many people we had working on it, I'll answer that in terms of how many students we have right now doing research, and that is 20 students in the class and 5 upper level research mentors. And numerous people who helped originally with either bringing the sand to campus or moving the sand onto the slope, planting the vegetation, installing the fence posts. It's definitely been a large group putting on this project.
That must be very gratifying indeed from a lot of levels. All right, we must move on. So we are now moving into the inner chemistries of what happens in creating ultimately our environments. Next talk. Can we have the next talk, please? Our next talk will be hydrothermal synthesis and reactivity of amides in habitable environments, given by Aspen from Oakland University.
Hello, I'm Alexandria Aspen, working with Professor Ziming Yang in the chemistry department at Oakland University. Today I'll be talking about the synthesis and reactivity of amides in hydrothermal systems. Hydrothermal systems are not only ubiquitous on Earth, but also discovered beyond Earth, such as in Saturn's moon, Enceladus. Hydrothermal water is unique as it is an excellent and green solvent for organic reactions, a natural acid and base catalyst, and a benign reaction medium for prebiotic synthesis. We aim to study amides because they are the backbone of peptides and proteins, which play an essential role in prebiotic synthesis. In short summary, we found that amides can be readily synthesized without catalysts through the direct condensation between amines and carboxylic acids. However, dissolved metal ions such as copper can greatly inhibit amide formation, forming aldehydes as the major product. We also found that amide reactivity is pH dependent and can be influenced by dissolved metals. We conclude that near neutral pH and lower concentration of copper are more favorable conditions for amide synthesis in hydrothermal systems. If there are any questions, I'm open.
Perfect timing. Questions from the audience first. When I reviewed your work, I was surprised that it was in fact as easy as it was and dependent, as you say, on metal ions and pH. What were the temperature conditions? Do you think it would also be temperature sensitive?
It was the temperatures that we used, or the temperature, really is one temperature. It was at 250 degrees Celsius. This is a typical temperature for hydrothermal systems. We didn't test other temperatures, but we would expect that lower temperatures would not facilitate the synthesis and the same reactivity as we observed in the reactions that we conducted.
Were you surprised that this reaction simply went?
Yes, actually. I was expecting it to be a lot more complicated, but it was a very simple reaction. It was just a direct condensation. And it happened very quickly too, with only 2 hours. So.
Fascinating. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving on to, again, looking inside of things, single source precursors for mixed metal fluorides, synthesis of rubidium alkaline earth trifluoroacetates by Slog from Wayne State University.
Well, hi. My name is Regina. I'm a graduate student at Wayne State University, and my research is focused on synthesizing and characterizing bimetallic trifluoroacetates. For this project, I successfully synthesized 3 bimetallic trifluoroacetates containing rubidium magnesium, rubidium calcium, and rubidium strontium. These metals are bridged by the trifluoroacetal ligand. The objective of this project was to probe their ability to be used as single source precursors to their corresponding mixed metal fluorides, which is of interest to many optical material fields because they can be used in lenses and radiation detection. Only the rubidium magnesium and the rubidium calcium decompose to the corresponding mixed metal fluorides. And this, it's unfortunate that the rubidium strontium did not, but one of the big advantages of this synthesis method is that because the trifluoroacetal ligand being part of the structure, there's a built-in fluorine source, meaning that we don't need an external fluorinating agent. So if there's any questions, I'm free to answer.
Questions from the audience first? This is following up on what I said previously. I see that you did your reaction for crystal growth at 65 centigrade, correct? Did you experiment with temperature variation? And if so, what happened?
Yeah, so I actually used a lot of different temperature conditions, but after a lot of optimization, 65 degrees is the sweet spot to get a phase pure sample. Otherwise, you get mixed phases.
How narrow a sweet spot is it?
I would say plus or minus 5 degrees Celsius.
Okay. Thank you so much. With all of these talks, I regret that we have to move on. All right, we're moving on into looking inside and also looking in bio. Effects of difference in cell wall biochemistry on the microbial decomposition of sphagnum, which is peat moss. This is given by a group at Hope College, and I believe we'll be leading off with, I would have said Heil based on what I'm reading, but it could be all of you. Take over.
Hello, my name is Christian Lundy. I'm an undergrad student at Hope College. Our team studied the microbial decomposition of sphagnum moss or peat moss. Moss found in peat bogs is very important in the global carbon sequestration.
Okay, we're
twice as much carbon as there is in the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. However, with increasing global temperatures, peat moss could have a significant impact on future climate change. To determine how decomposition of mosses will respond to future warming, we conducted an experiment analyzing the relationship between structural carbohydrates and the decomposition rates of different peat mosses. Our results so far have shown that the different peat moss species of various bog microtopographies have different rates of decomposition. Humic moss has a slower decomposition rate, which can be attributed to having more recalcitrant carbohydrates, while hollow moss has a quicker decomposition rate and has more labile carbohydrates. Our continuing work is analyzing the decomposition of carbohydrates to determine the specific compounds responsible for the observed differences in decomposition. I'm now open to questions.
We've got one for you in the chat.
Yeah, does moisture affect decomposition as much as temperature? Yes, it does. We tried to control that as much as possible by keeping all the mosses at about 70% of their water holding capacity. And we keep updating that, so keep at that level throughout decomposition.
Any other questions from the audience? Where do you obtain your mosses from again?
A bog in Fenville, Michigan.
Uh-huh. And that bog contains obviously something of a variety of these. How hard is it to recognize these in a field trip?
Not too difficult. The different microtopographies have different dominant species of moss, and they look very different, yeah, upon sight. So it's not hard.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next talk is going to be measuring soil, physical, geochemical, and electrical properties to help reveal the hidden world of roots by Little from Michigan State University.
Hi, everybody. I'm Amanda Little, and I'm an undergrad at Michigan State working in the Hydrogeology Research Lab, and I'm going to talk about this research main initiative. So basically, our main initiative was to map and project the underground system of roots in a way that wouldn't disturb the physical environment and would also provide a solid background on water level fluctuations as a result of climate change. So, and basically to hone in on what I worked on, is my area of research and study focused primarily on collecting pieces of the physical data. So like moisture content of the soils, the grain analyses, the resistivity, and the presence of carbonate. And from this, we're trying to build and understand the big resistivity data set that we collect. We want to know what's driving the difference in the resistivity, like which physical processes and how we can relate this to other areas we study in the future. And ultimately, this data would contribute to the big modeling process. So we're drawing inferences from studying the subsurface so that when we measure the resistivities of other certain areas and look more closely at the patterns, we can kind of have an idea of what this what's underground, as well as what will happen to the subsurface when new vegetation is introduced or lost, basically a changing climate. So if anybody has any questions, it's a very large research topic, and I am studying a very specific part of it, but I can try to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Questions from the audience first. Got one in chat.
Okay. Use explosive studies will help soil composition. I believe it definitely will, because this method isn't necessarily causing us to dig up the environment. We would use resistivity by inserting probes and measuring it that way and trying to infer what the trends tell us what's going on.
Thank you.
And you're obviously getting accuracy and quantifiable data. I would be very interested in having you describe this at my electromagnetics class to show people that what they're learning, it really does work.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you. We have to move on for right
thank
now.
you so much.
All right. Our next talk will be mapping wetland and inundation dynamics and connectivity with remote sensing by Walt and Wisniewski from Grand Valley State University.
Hi, I'm John Walt, and I was studying wetland inundation dynamics using radars. So wetlands provide critical ecosystem services such as catching runoff and storing the rainwater, and they can be rapidly assessed using remote sensing data with synthetic aperture radar satellites, or SAR. To do this, we matched Sentinel-1 SAR data with USGS discharge data and overlapped those dates to get the images above, where we have a low flow date on the left and a high flow date in the middle. The dark color there is backscatter that indicates inundation, and you can see some changes with that high flow and low flow date. And our next steps with this are to have some geospatial data like soils and topography for wetland classification. And we want to classify this inundation over time and space and quantify the connectivity and the spatial patterns that arise from these satellite images. And I'll field any questions.
Questions from the audience first. You're matching to the Sentinel-1 SAR data. How easy is that? What's the interface to obtaining something like that?
Yes, this is all open access on Google Earth Engine. And so it's free to get, and its entire data set is there. So
how easy is that data set to work with?
It uses JavaScript. So if you know JavaScript, then it's pretty easy to work with. They provide a lot of example code, and it's pretty simple to figure out from there. I'm also seeing
I see you also have a question in chat. What is, go ahead with the chat question.
Yes, how do you think wetlands will respond to hydrological extremes? So yeah, interesting question. I would assume that there would be a lot more inundation followed by maybe some dry periods, and we could see some changes in wetland composition of vegetation and things like that, where our wetlands aren't classified as simply as they were before with extreme hydrologic events. So that would be my guess.
All right, thank you. We will now be moving on from inner chemistry to outer environment to what kind of an effect it's having on what lives there, starting with assessing the short-term effect of translocation on freshwater mussels.
Hello, my name is Josh Arnold. I'm a grad student at GVSU, and my project is looking at the short-term effects of translocation on freshwater mussels. In order to understand the need for this project, it's important to know the background. North America is considered to be the biodiversity hotspot for freshwater mussels, with over 300 native species of mussels. However, this biodiversity is greatly threatened. Over 70% of species are faced with extinction and are listed at either the state or federal level. In addition, at least 10% of species have gone extinct in the past 150 years alone. This dramatic decline has been attributed to historical exploitation for buttons and pearls, wide-scale habitat alterations in the form of dams and channelization, and more recently, the introduction of invasive species such as round gobies and zebra mussels. A common management practice to save freshwater mussel populations that are threatened with extirpation is translocation, which is the art of moving mussels from one location to another to save them. However, there's been a wide range of success in the translocation efforts previously, with some cases having 0% survival and other cases having greater than 90% survival. So this project looks at the short-term effects using growth and mass as the overall judges of health for the freshwater mussels, and I can take any questions. Are there any unintended consequences of translocation? Yes, in the real world, yes, but I'm within the same watershed, so there is no risk of moving invasives from place to place. How does this differ from zebra mussels? Zebra mussels are an invasive species of mussel from the Caspian Sea in East Asia, while native mussels have they're in different orders of bivalves, so they're sort of related. Is there any active fisheries for freshwater mussels in Michigan? No, it is illegal to harvest any mussel. There was actually a poaching ring that was busted up in the mid-90s that was collecting mussels to send to Asia for the cultured pearl industry.
Wow. We've run out of time for questions on a fascinating subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're moving on now to increasing the survivability of hatchery-raised red drum, given by Sanchez at Eastern Michigan University.
Good afternoon. So I worked with the Bears Bluff National Fish Hatchery, and what they were wanting to do, or what South Carolina was asking them to do, is try to increase the natural population of the red drum fish that has been overfished due to commercial fishing. At least in the 90s, it slowed down due to governmental restrictions. But what they were wanting me to do is try to increase their yield, try to determine if there are any parameters that would increase their yield in their ponds, based on whatever parameters that were given or whatever they were getting data from. So it could be the temperature, the salinity, anything within that they were asking me for. But what I did find that was really cool was that during the first round and the second round, and when I talk like saying that, the first round usually is from like start dates about August or till the third week of September. The second round starts around the fourth week of September on. So during the first round, the yield was about 28%, while the second round, the yield was about 31%. Now, with that being said, the number of days in the first round was 32 days, while the number of days in the second round was about 43 days. So the idea is if we could increase the growth rates within the ponds, we could probably decrease the number of days needed, and we could increase the number of rounds done per season. And so what I decided to do was make a simulated data, and I'm still working on it right now, but use optimization models to simulate data and hopefully fit and determine the maximizing parameters so that we could increase the yield per pond.
Interesting. Audience questions first.
Are these fish ponds in Florida, or where are they?
Sorry, this is in South Carolina. Yeah, this is the Bears Bluff National Fish Hatchery in South Carolina.
Sounds like the fish fry have a definite preference for a certain time of the year.
Yeah, so they don't really regulate temperature well. So usually, I'm supposing the hotter temperatures would work a lot better, but we'll see. I need to do a little bit more research with that.
Thank you very much. All right, our next talk is sinkhole microbial communities, documenting diversity of these unique environments, given by Hampshire from Grand Valley State University.
Hi, everyone. I'm presenting some ongoing work with my colleague Dale Cosmata at UNF in Florida. We're examining the cyanobacteria and diatom flora of a high sulfur anoxic sinkhole in Lake Huron and a library fountain that has similar water source. We collected sediment via a NOAA dive team in June of 2019 and scrapings from a fountain in June and September of 2019. Then we brought these mats back to the lab and isolated about 20 strands of cyanobacteria and about 5 strains of diatoms from these samples. We've rudimentarily identified these taxa with light microscopy, but many of the cyanobacterial genera found contain extensive cryptic diversity. So our next step is to sequence their DNA to characterize them further and describe any new species that we encounter. Thanks so much for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Questions from the audience first. Were you surprised by the diversity, or do these numbers represent an average, or even a plethora of strains?
I would say that in general, the flora is expected to be more depauperate than a less extreme system. But we are uncovering more diversity than was originally expected based on just the morphology. We're just starting to dig into the DNA sequences now, but we expect we'll at least find some new species, if not new genera. And this is the same sinkhole system that's explored by Dr. Bedanda.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a timeline? Is this sinkhole fairly steady in its populations, or I imagine you're looking to see if there's any change over time. If you've been exploring this for a while, have you observed one already?
No, we haven't. We've only gone collecting there twice so far to start characterizing it. There's been a lot of sequencing done, but not extensive identification of the taxa actually present.
In other words, the work that you're doing is some of the first to answer the question that I just asked.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to move on to the next talk. Our next talk is going to be Geophysical Investigation and Subsurface Characterization of Lake Michigan Coastal Landforms, given by Higley from Calvin University.
Hello, I'm Melinda Higley. Our knowledge of landforms along Lake Michigan and the sediments that are inside those landforms is limited. And it's limited because of variability along the coast from north to south and vertically from top to bottom within bluff sediments. And we are feeling the implications of all of this variability with so many bluff failures around Lake Michigan and the impact it has on our communities and infrastructure. In the presentation today and the associated video, I discuss data collected by Calvin University students. We have two examples of recently failed coastal bluffs and show the internal layering of those features. One of those locations is pictured here. This is a recently failed dune scarp at Hoffmaster State Park, and this is the subsurface geophysical rendering of that same scarp. This data is important because we have a direct comparison between the data and the visible sediment layers of the bluff. And going forward, we can extend the surveys away from the exposed bluffs or scarps to understand the extent, thickness, and topography of subsurface layering, even without direct access to the sediment. Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Can you give us a very quick generalist's idea of how bluffs fail?
Well, as one, we are trying to investigate that very question, actually. In the one pictured, we have a bluff that is mainly full of sand. And so that sand is highly unconsolidated and is very low moisture. So there's not a lot holding it up. So that's one example of just a kind of a sediment-based failure. Another type of bluff that we studied was more of a glacial outwash, which was sand and gravel over top of glacial till. So there was two types of sediments layered there, and it's possible that moisture differences between the two, mainly water being trapped on top of the fine-grained till layer, helped to cause the failure in that instance.
Wow, two different mechanisms. Yeah, actually, I'm acquainted with somebody who's had a bluff failure on their property, and it's impressive when you see it in real life.
Yeah.
Thank you for the work that you're doing on this. I noticed you had a chat question over there.
Okay.
Although we're almost out of time here.
Can you get a record of past lake levels from subsurface stratigraphy? The quick answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. And we will now have to move on to chlorophyll A and land cover in Eastern Lake Michigan. Some preliminary results from Matter at Grand Valley State University.
Hi, I'm Megan Motter. I'm a grad student at Grand Valley, and these are some of my preliminary results from my thesis work. Today we're looking at chlorophyll and land cover in Eastern Lake Michigan, drowned river mouth lakes, which are formed where rivers meet Lake Michigan and form an inland lake, which kind of acts as a settling point for nutrients that wash in from the landscape and fertilize the water, just like they do on land, which is what we're measuring with chlorophyll. And here on my figure, moving from left to right, we're typically moving from northern drowned river mouths to southern drowned river mouths and increasing chlorophyll as we go south, which indicates that the land cover is more developed, higher agriculture, which is fertilizing those drowned river mouths compared to our northern sites, which have more natural forested land cover and lower chlorophyll levels. And this has implications for the management of drowned river mouths and the management of Lake Michigan and the ecology of both of those systems as well.
Questions from the audience? What are some of the implications?
Mostly for the biological community and also harmful algal blooms, which are hot in the news right now.
Yes. Can you update us on the latest on algal blooms in your particular patch of research?
Well, in Muskegon Lake, which is at the research station for Grand Valley, are seeing increased algal blooms. The Vedanda lab could speak more on that.
Any idea when the increase might peak, or do you pretty much see an increase for the foreseeable future?
Probably for the foreseeable future, they'll be increasing with climate change and land use changes as we move towards more developed and more agricultural and away from natural landscapes.
Certainly that is the answer to my question, is that it has a lot of implications for all of us. Any comments in the chat here that you can pick up on?
Have others noticed an inverse relationship between decreased land cover and eutrophication? Well, in the literature, it's a very well-established connection between land cover and chlorophyll. And land cover drives chlorophyll based on agriculture and development are the two main factors. And natural landscapes tend to relate to decreased chlorophyll.
And once again, a fascinating subject, and we'll have to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next talk will be Bloom or Bust, search for phytoplankton community drivers using long-term time series observation and field measurements in a model Great Lake estuary, by Mancuso from Grand Valley State University.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Mancuso at Grand Valley State University, and for my thesis, I studied the drivers of harmful algal blooms, or HABs, on Muskegon Lake. Muskegon Lake connects to Lake Michigan and was termed an area of concern in the 80s, with HABs being one of the impairments. And HABs occur when there's an overgrowth of one division of the phytoplankton community, usually the cyanobacteria. And this is caused by excessive nutrient input and is exacerbated by climate change. My first objective was to understand how blooms have changed over time in the lake in terms of abundance and community composition, and what environmental variables drove those changes. Overall, we found that HABs have actually substantially decreased over time, which is good, and changes coincided with shifts in nutrient form and concentration and temperature, with Microcystis often being the dominant genus. My second objective was to see how the cool temperatures and record-breaking rainfall in 2019 in Muskegon affected the phytoplankton community as a whole. And interestingly, the diatoms dominated the entire growth season, and we believe that this was due to the cool temperature regime, the frequent mixing due to rain events that kept them entrained in the water column, and the low light condition maintained by turbidity, all of which diatoms prefer and allowed them to dominate. So thank you for listening, and I'll take any questions.
Questions from the audience first.
Thanks, Sarah.
How do you count them? Does somebody have to go up to 1 million per liter?
We collect them with the phytoplankton net and then put them under a microscope using a Sedgwick rafter counting chamber. And that allows us to get an idea of how many there are per liter, because we can count in certain squares because it gives you a certain volume, and then you can just scale that up to per liter of water.
If you have a diatom preponderance, Can that turn into a runaway, or will the system settle down, do you think?
Yeah, I think that it'll kind of reset next year. You know, we have hard winters that kind of cause a big algae decline. So I think that next year, if things kind of return to normal, the algae will essentially reset themselves.
It's nice to be able to quantify that, though. Thank you very much. Our next talk is preliminary results of Star Wars, phenology of the aquatic invasive species starry stonewort in 2 Michigan drowned river mouth lakes. This is given by Neumann from Grand Valley State University.
Hello, my name is Emily Newman, and I'm a graduate student at Grand Valley State. Today I'll discuss our ongoing study in the growth of an aquatic invasive species, starry stonewort. Starry stonewort is an invasive macroalga that it can be identified by its unevenly forked branching in image 1 and the asexual reproductive bulb shaped like a star in image 2. The objective of our study is to determine the peak biomass of starry stonewort in the littoral zones of Pentwater and Muskegon Lakes. Figure 1 shows some of our preliminary findings at one of the sites on Pentwater Lake. You can see the growth curve with a peak in the biomass between August 26th and September 11th. During that time, starry stonewort is forming a thick monotypic meadow and occupying all of the available space shown in figure 4 and essentially outcompeting all the native species that are present there. Our next steps are to finish the field season and then examine the growth of starry stonewort in light of the physical and chemical data we have collected during our field season. Thank you for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Perfect timing. Questions from the audience? Yeah, my question too, Mark. Where is it from, and how did it get here, and when did it get here?
Starry stonewort is from Europe and Asia, and it's been hypothesized to come over here from the transoceanic ships through the St. Lawrence Seaway. And what local species does this displace? Through the study that I've been doing, it seems like it does a pretty good job at displacing most things. As you can see in image 4, it really grows and it's super thick. So in that image, it's about 3 meters tall and occupying most of the available space. Who eats them? It's been seen to maybe ducks, but there hasn't been any evidence on that thus far.
No natural predators. Wow, thank you very much.
No problem.
All right, our next talk will be more bad news. Breathless, Muskegon Lake hypoxia and drivers in the 2010s, given by Stone at Grand Valley State University.
Well, the good thing is it's not necessarily all bad news, but so I'm Ian Stone. I work in the AWRI at Grand Valley State University. And so to look at hypoxia, I was looking in Muskegon Lake, which is in Muskegon, Michigan, along Michigan's western shore. And I looked at data that was collected from the Muskegon Lake Observatory Blue, which has been collecting time series long-term data since 2011, each summer and spring and fall. And so hypomimetic hypoxia is typically defined as dissolved oxygen below 4 milligrams per liter, with severe hypoxia being considered below 2 milligrams per liter. And this has a number of sublethal and lethal effects on fish and macroinvertebrates that depend on that oxygen, as well as having the ability to release legacy nutrients from the sediment. And so what I ended up finding was that throughout the past decade, there's been a general decline in the overall number of hypoxic days in Muskegon Lake, though it has been slightly variable throughout the years, though days that were hypoxic more recently have been more severe, though this trend was also broken by 2019. And so some of this variation between years was most strongly explained by decreasing hypomimetic pH and increasing hypomimetic water temperatures, both of which are signs of decreased stratification. And what I found by looking at temperatures throughout the year by season was that the cooler spring temperatures led to decreased stratification and more mixing in the water column, which also provided less favorable conditions for algal growth, and thusly its deposition in the base of the water column to further deplete oxygen. And with that, I will take any questions.
Questions from the audience? Were you surprised by the result that you just mentioned? Because I was a little surprised, although I guess it makes physical sense. What was the most surprising result that you found in your research so far?
Well, I guess, you know, there's a lot of talk about global warming. So just seeing that we, in this area, that we generally haven't had global warming, that spring temperatures have been actually lower in the back part of this decade was a bit surprising to me. So to see that there was actually generally less stratification and a decrease in hypoxic days in the lake was kind of surprising. That was
That surprised me too as you were
be.
going past it. So interesting. And once again, it's great that you're quantifying these effects.
Yes, and as a Great Lakes area concern, it's good to see that the number of or the extent of hypoxia is decreasing. Hopefully we can get it delisted fairly soon.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, we have to move on. Moving on to the problem of multiple scale applied to the coupled of water flux and heat exchanges near the subsurface by Sverkovsky at Oakland University. Rosangela, are you here? Are you muted?
Cannot. Oh, okay. I did unmute now. Okay, thank you. Can I share screen as well? Very little. Is it possible? Disable. I cannot share screen. So I was planning. Wait. Okay. My talk here was most showing what is the multiple scale would work and how the coupling that with water and heat exchange and how we made simulations, mathematical simulations for coupling the subsurface and surface in experimental results, and also how we achieve a good matching with this system. And the main, if you see my video, my talk in the video, you see that there is a lot of what I'm seeking here is collaboration, for further collaboration, and mainly with water and with your expertise and in data. So we can expand this for multiple dimension, not only the paper that I had published and we had worked in this NSF proposal was from one dimension.
1 minute.
So now I would like to share with you or eventually work for the multiple dimensions. Thank you. Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Who of the speakers that you've heard today would be of particular interest in a collaborative sense? Because it seemed like many people were dealing with temperature effects.
Yes, I saw Herlo and Klesh, this group mainly were very interesting, and I'll keep in touch because now I was working in Texas before as well. So now coming to Michigan, I would like to deal with water, you know. I mean, that is a problem in Michigan, so I would like to get involved in this problem with water.
I think you've certainly come to a community that can interact with your expertise.
Yeah, so I hope
All right,
so.
even though there are chat questions, in the interests of the next session, I think it's important that we conclude this session now. Thank you all very much for your very interesting presentations and for joining in us today.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. We'll be starting again at 3:30 in 10 minutes. So again, you can stay connected or reconnect with the same link, but be sure you mute yourself. See you soon.
All right.
And I will moderate the third and final session of the 2020 Virtual Space Grant Conference. So
All right. So welcome everybody to the third session here. Like you said, my name is Roxanne Cadis and I'm from Eastern Michigan University. And we are going to try hard to stay to 1 minute per talk, right? So let's begin with the first person. We have Cody Donovan from Oakland University talking about using Markov decision processes and in autonomous spacecrafts. All right.
Like you said, Cody Donovan, Oakland University. Crux of this research is essentially you have a spacecraft in orbit looking to collect data, and there are some decisions that have to be made regarding the particular angle that it's at with respect to whatever it's, whatever data it's trying to collect, right? So theoretically, there are like multiple locations on a planet or a star or something that it might have to collect data from, and it's got to determine the optimal path in terms of its rotation in order to collect the data efficiently. And essentially, we convert that into a Markov decision process problem and solve it using value iterations. The equation you see on the slide right there is the Bellman equation used to calculate the sort of utility at each state given a certain decision. And you sort of do that iteratively. In this case, it's probably going to end up being about 3,000 iterations. And yeah, then you end up with a sort of an optimal set of decisions that you can make at each possible state. And yeah, that's about it. Questions, concerns?
Is the data star tracker data or any arbitrary visual data?
Pretty much any arbitrary data, yeah. In this case, it's kind of the model's a little like theoretical, I suppose. I plan on eventually trying to see if there's some data out there that I can find and use, but looking through NASA databases and stuff like that, I haven't found much that I can use right now.
So Markov chains and Markov statistics processes like this are usually very computationally expensive. Is there any reason that you chose this process for this one, or is it just a good learning tool and a good starting place?
It's a good starting place. There's also the possibility in the future. Right now, yeah, it is like very computationally expensive. But once you compute it, you have the decisions for each state, which you can then store for later. So that helps with feasibility a little bit. There are also been looking at a little bit of the literature. Unfortunately, a lot of it right now is a little bit out of my depth as far as actual execution, but there are ways to use like heuristics to help really like speed up the computation process. So that is a possibility in the future, and that's probably what I'm going to list as something that could be done, for further research.
Okay, so we'll keep this moving on to the next talk. So we have Brian Mikalachik, from Eastern Michigan University, whom is doing a talk about a neural network for predicting conditions in the upper atmosphere of Mars.
Hello, I'm Brian from EMU. I'm using the neutral gas and ion mass spectrometer aboard the MAVEN satellite that takes data pretty much every month since its operation. So I have a lot of data to use. I'm currently training the neural network and trying to optimize for runtime efficiency. Right now, it takes about 6 seconds per record to train the neural network, and with millions of data points, the runtime is in the decades. So I'm trying to really optimize my code for that neural network and allow it to be trained. Once it's trained, I think predictions can start to be made. I'm using ion mass and abundance as my input to the neural network, and neutral gas, abundance, and mass as the output. with those, we know that ion mass is tightly coupled with neutral gas in the Martian atmosphere. So by training the neural network on all the ion mass data, I expect to get output results as for neutral gas abundances. And this model could be used in the future to make predictions on the weather. I hope to incorporate solar activity data into this neural network soon. That would allow me to be able to make better predictions related to the sun's activity and how it affects the atmosphere. And that is it.
So this is very nice work. You have a supervised feedback going on with this. Are you using one of Python's? I see the logo in the corner. I know that they have a few pre-made setup, but I know that you're also a computer science major, so I think you wrote your own.
Yes, I actually wrote it myself. I'm not really using any of the built-in neural network stuff. I am using NumPy and Pandas as a tool to arrange all the data and do calculations. And I think NumPy is very good at being able to save data. So once the network is trained, I can just save the training to a file and be able to just feed input into it and get outputs.
Very nice, nice work. So let's keep us moving on to the next presenter. So next we have Lauren Bowling from Michigan Technical University. So the Advanced Structures and Materials Technology Integration for the Lunar Habitat.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Lauren, and this summer I virtually interned at NASA Langley working on basically inflatable habitats. So kind of a background of this project, if you guys didn't know, we're going to the moon, and the Artemis Space Camp calls for a foundation surface habitat. And your typical metallic ones won't really work because they emit secondary radiation, which can be extremely harmful for unprotected astronauts. So that's why we're looking at inflatable structures. And my goal was to help identify active Langley research that could be incorporated into these habitats. So the result was the bowling habitat, my modern suggestion for the foundation surface habitat. And we reached our goal by integrating 13 NASA Langley technologies, including one actually from NASA Glenn Research Center. But it's important to note that this project really only addressed the structural needs of an inflatable habitat. So there are a bunch of other things like hardware, lifestyle needs, extra radiation protection that still need to be addressed before we can actually get an inflatable structure on the moon.
What is your inflatable structure actually made of? I'm just curious out of this, is this like really specialized material that I'm just glad you didn't even say that out loud, or is it something that's more similar to what we actually see around our house in anyday life?
Yeah, so the inflatable portions are actually the arms, and that was a project done with NASA Langley and ILC Dover. And it's a combination of a bunch of different composites and fabrics, like a lot of Kevlar and Vectran, and some polyethylene.
Gotcha. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, I'll continue moving on.
There's one in the chat.
Oh, yeah, I didn't specifically deal with the gas mixture. I just kind of focused on technologies that Langley's doing.
Perfect. All right, then we will keep moving on. So our next talk is by Karina LaForina. I know I just said that poorly, but I'm sorry. And then Benjamin Gleason from Hope, and they are talking about understanding the impact of chronic low-dose radiation on mental health and behavioral issues in mice.
Hi, everyone. My name is Corinne Lafreniere, and I'm a junior at Hope College. I don't hear Ben.
Hello?
Yes, there you go.
I'm Ben. I'm also at Hope.
And the research we did investigated the impact of chronic low-dose photon radiation on the behavior of mice. So in order to do this, we used Hope College's Pelletron Accelerator, To determine the dosage, we drew off of a study that recorded the amount of this chronic low dose proton radiation that astronauts actually receive or are exposed to while in space. This study helped us decide on a cumulative dose of about 2.5 milligray. And this radiation was administered in 13 trials over the course of about 2 months.
And then after delivering this radiation, we performed 5 different behavioral tests, a marble burying test, an open field test, an elevated zero maze test, and a pour salt forced swim test. And we found that the mice who were irradiated did not show any of the depressive-like behaviors or increased anxiety levels, but we did find them to have increased compulsive-like behaviors and activity levels. And we're still working through and trying to interpret what these results might mean. But our preliminary guess is that this chronic low dose radiation might be linked to ADHD.
That's very interesting. We have a question down there that is, what is the population size of the mice that you used?
We had roughly between 36 and 38. Obviously, some mice had to be sacked early due to reoccurring malocclusions and other things. That was roughly the size.
Per group or total?
Oh, in total. Per group, it was split between I think it was close to 12 per group.
And then what is the amount of radiation that the mice actually received equivalent to in the short time in space?
So I believe it was 2.5 milligray, which is kind of similar to the background radiation that an astronaut would receive per GP or GCR. And so it was about the time, I believe a couple months it would be equivalent to. So a couple months stay on a space vehicle.
Yeah, that third figure we have that has the little multicolored human form there, that was a study that sent dummies into space and measured the amount of this radiation that astronauts would be exposed to, and they got 0.17 milligray. So ours was close to that. We did about 2.5.
These are great. And I should wrap it up, but I got a couple more questions in the chat that you might want to look at. And the last one, I can't help but ask, if radiation is associated with ADHD, does it have any implication on non-space research of ADHD? I mean, that's a big...
Yeah, so we kind of created this ADHD almost in our mice. And so we're still going to look at molecular protein levels to kind of confirm this. But yeah, it definitely has implications for non-space research and mental health, even in humans. So
very interesting research, you guys. You're doing great work. So we will keep moving on to the next group, where we have Caitlin Loran from Oakland University, and she is looking at determining the type of DNA damage caused by microgravity.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Lauren. I'm a graduate student at Oakland University in Dr. Colin Wu's lab. Our goal was to test the long-term effects of microgravity on DNA repair mechanisms. We predicted that prolonged exposure to microgravity would sensitize human cells to double-stranded DNA breaks. We used the rotary cell culture system to mimic the microgravity that is experienced in space. We then treated kidney cells and heart cells with hydrogen peroxide, camptothecin, and bleomycin, which causes different forms of DNA damage. We then used COMET and cell survival assays to determine the effects of DNA damage on cells. COMET assay measures the relative abundance of double and single-stranded DNA breaks, as well as oxidative damage when we make adjustments to the assay. And our results ultimately showed that microgravity alone increased DNA damage, and then we saw more single-stranded DNA damage compared to double-stranded, which did not match our hypothesis. I will take questions now.
How does the rotary cell culture system mimic microgravity?
It rotates the cells and keeps them moving, and so it negates the effect of our gravities, whereas if you leave cells in a plate, they'll just settle on the bottom, where this keeps them spinning and floating within the suspension.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, Caitlin. So continuing on, we will look at our next talk, which is by Kristen Renenkman. Sorry. All right, so evaluating the impact of microbial experience on immunity.
Thank you. So I'm excited to share with you the overall interest of my lab at Grand Valley. And overall, what we're interested in is called the hygiene hypothesis, which basically tries to connect the observation that as hygienic practices and standards increase, especially in developed countries like ours, so do the incidences of immune-related disorders like asthma and allergies. More specifically, what we are interested in my lab is how does microbial experience, especially early on in life, impact immunity, especially long-term immunity. In order to study this, we use a unique mouse model where we have mice that we lovingly call dirty mice. And these mice have been exposed to many different types of pathogens, viruses, fungi, bacteria. And we compared these dirty mice to our clean mice, which have very little microbial experience. We analyze many different types of cells, both innate and adaptive immune cells in my lab. And we look at types of cells, how activated are they, and what's their function. We think our work is relevant to humans who experience space flight, mostly because we know that there are significant immune changes that happen with humans in space, both changes to the immune system directly, as well as significant changes to microbial experience. So understanding the impact of these changes is going to be really important in order to ensure the long-term health of those who go to space. I would be happy to take any questions.
So how secluded were the clean mice compared to the, I think you called them the SPF earlier,
Yeah.
Did you just isolate them from the time they were born, basically, till the time you put them in there?
Yeah, luckily we didn't have to do that. So if you buy research mice from commercial vendors, they come that way. They are raised in extremely clean environments. They have irradiated food, irradiated water, irradiated bedding, and they come with like a clean bill of health. And then our dirty mice actually come from commercial pet stores. They're like dirty daycare mice.
Yes, and the question that popped up right after is what I had in my notes of things to ask you. Do you think that we're going to be more susceptible to infections like the mice might be now that we've all,
I think it would depend on our age group. The changes due to microbial experience seem to be most significant in early childhood. So maybe myself, I won't be impacted. So there might be some issues long term that we, can't anticipate. The other thing though is that we do know that, for instance, the measles outbreaks that were going on before COVID-19, those have basically obliterated, which is good. So there have been actually some good consequences due to these COVID-19 restrictions that have affected other illnesses.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Continue on to the next talk. We have microgravity enhancement and self-renewal and proliferation in human, stem cells by regulating the CDK2-V. This is out of my realm. So please step up and let's hear all about something that I know nothing about and have lots of questions.
Hi everyone, this is Suraj Timilsina and I'm from Oakland University. I'm a PhD student in Dr. Viladia's lab. So today I'll be talking about microgravity enhancing self-renewal and proliferation of human pluripotent stem cells by regulating cell-dependent kinases. So what we did was, so we simulated microgravity in our lab and we cultured human pluripotent stem cells in that environment. What we found was the pluripotency transcription factors and telomere elongating enzymes were significantly upregulated in microgravity cells cultured under microgravity in comparison to the control cells. In addition, we also figured it out that the colony size and total cell number that we counted was significantly upregulated under microgravity condition in comparison to the control group. So later on, we analyzed all those human cell cycle regulating genes using a array kit. And interestingly, we found that cyclin-dependent kinase 2 and 4 and their counterparts, cyclin E and cyclin D, were significantly upregulated. And the cell cycle plus the cycle regulating gene Ki67, cell proliferation regulating gene Ki67 was also significantly upregulated in microgravity in comparison to the control. Hence, we concluded that microgravity enhances the self-renewal of pluripotent stem cells by regulating the cyclin-dependent kinases and their counterparts. Thank you.
Do you plan to go to the ISS with this experiment?
Sorry, sir, what do you mean?
Instead of simulating microgravity, actually putting some samples in microgravity in orbit?
Maybe in the future, yeah. We have to see how far we can go. But still we have a lot of things going on, because now next step we are planning is to reprogram cells in that environment, because reprogramming in stem cell biology is a very hot topic, to reprogram somatic cells into pluripotent stem cells. So we are trying to figure it out whether microgravity enhances the reprogramming ability of the somatic cells using using those pluripotency transcription factors.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Our next talk we will have from Isaac Wiedig, arm cranking with blood flow restrictions, a potential exercise for in space.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Isaac Wiedig, and I'm a PhD student in the Kinesiology and Integrative Physiology Department at Michigan Tech. And so the work that I'm going to present today is focused on investigating a new type of physical exercise for astronauts to utilize in space. So exposure to microgravity has many negative effects on the human body, including decreases in muscle mass, strength, as well as endurance, all of which can compromise astronaut health, safety, and productivity during long-duration space missions. And exercise is a very critical countermeasure to mitigating these negative effects. So a relatively new type of exercise called blood flow restriction, or BFR, which involves applying an inflatable cuff to either the upper arm or the upper leg, has been shown to increase muscle size, strength, and endurance here on Earth. However, current research to date has only applied this type of exercise to the lower body, and it hasn't been researched in the upper body. And given the importance for astronauts in a microgravity environment to maintain upper body fitness where they use the lower body relatively less, the aim of this project is to determine the effectiveness of an upper body exercise program with BFR to improve arm muscle strength and endurance. And hopefully this can help to establish more effective exercise programs for astronauts to use in space and allow for longer duration space missions. Any questions?
So are you basically just using an exercise band? So it would be no weight added to mission exercise and equipment here? Or very little?
So that's one of the biggest benefits of this exercise mode, is that you can use very light weights that you would normally you'd need to use pretty heavy weights with resistance training to get these adaptations. And so one of the benefits of applying this in space is you really don't need a lot of equipment. You just need the bands. You can use a really light weight, like really light cycling or even just walking. You can get these adaptations with.
Now, I got to admit, it sounds a little bit like torture, but is that going to, in your head, have any effect? Like running, you feel good afterwards. Is this going to have that same effect psychologically that, exercise could have as well? Or is it a little bit more like torture? Sorry.
Yeah,
it's not a question, but, we all love it.
And we've done some acute studies where we've actually thrown these inflatable cuffs on people and had them do exercise. And so we've kind of looked at how they perceive the exercise. It is rather challenging. The interesting part about it is your body doesn't feel very fatigued, but the muscle is really fatigued because you're essentially stopping blood from getting to that muscle while you're trying to work it, which is part of the benefit from it. But I mean, you definitely get done and you feel like you've had a good workout. Like it's not easy. But it is a different feel because you get a lot of local fatigue, but not a lot of like systemic fatigue of like being out of breath as much.
So we have a question in the comments. Have you tried them?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, in our lab, we don't make subjects do anything that we don't practice ourselves. So everybody in our lab has thrown the bands on and tried to do a workout. So we know what it's like. We know what we're putting people through.
Well, here's another good question. Rubber bands still work exactly the same in microgravity, right? Out in space with no gravity, it's still going to be the same, right? Which makes sense to me, but it's in the comments. So as I said, it sounded a little funnier.
Yeah, true. And keep in mind here, so we're using the cuffs as almost like a tourniquet, like around your arm. So it's basically interrupting the blood flow to the muscles.
Gotcha.
So you can use any loading implement you want to provide resistance to like the movement that you're doing. But bands are great because if you're in microgravity, bands, will still provide that tension. So there's a bigger range of ways that you could do this exercise rather than just needing like, hey, you need some weights or you need, a bike with resistance on it, which is the benefit of it.
Okay, we will keep moving since we've probably went a little over in time with lots of good questions here. So the next talk, we have Elvin Zittelberger with algorithms for complete physiological monitoring during spaceflight.
Hi, my name is Avin Zitzelberger. I'm a senior at Michigan State University. And the motivation for this project comes from the fact that physiological monitoring of astronauts and giving real-time feedback is a difficult task, mostly because physical sensors are cumbersome, often invasive, and not always replaceable if they fail in space. So one possible solution that we'd like to explore is using technology developed recently and discussed in further detail in my presentation video to identify redundancy in physiological monitoring systems and reduce the number of overall sensors needed for a comprehensive monitoring system. We're currently in the first stage of this research, which with the goal of developing networking frameworks that'll be used to remotely collect physiological data. So the system we're using to build this framework consists of a Raspberry Pi shown there on the left, equipped with a video camera, environmental sensor, and a Bluetooth dongle used to collect data from a wireless EEG sensor shown on the right. And I am currently writing software to stream this data collected by the Raspberry Pi to a remote server where it can then be analyzed by deep learning neural network algorithms. Any questions?
So very quickly, I'm going to ask, there's a lot of sensors, it looks like, connected to somebody's head here. Do they have to shave their head underneath that?
No, the sensors are equipped with little combs that poke through the hair, so it can access your head right through it. You do not need to shave your head.
How uncomfortable is that thing?
This particular device is not very comfortable. So this is not actually what we'd be using for the ultimate objective of this experiment. It's more used to test our networking system to make sure that it can handle high levels of data throughput, because this EEG device is 16 channels at about 256 hertz, which, it's a moderate level. And I'm essentially using it to test the system. Obviously, this is not what astronauts would be wearing in space.
All right. All right. Have you expect that this would work differently in space than it is working currently now as you're testing it? Or
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And part of our roadmap eventually will be testing it in a weightless environment and seeing if the deep learning network can accurately use transfer learning algorithms to accurately predict physiological measurements in a weightless environment. And if not, of course, we will have to modify the setup to do so.
Very nice work. Thank you. So our next talk is Rocketry Professional Development Training by Ginger DeViller from the Plainwell Aviation and STEMS Academy.
Oh, that must sound so much better. Hello, I am Ginger DeVillers from the Plainwell Aviation and STEM Academy, where we teach students why math and science is important and how to fly. We received monies from the Michigan Space Grant Consortium, and we are using our money to provide training to 4th through 12th grade teachers so that they will feel comfortable in their classrooms teaching rocketry. Some of our partners are the Kalamazoo Air Zoo, the National Association for Rocketry, both national and local, and the MySTEM network for District 9. So the program that we are presenting, or the professional development, is allowing teachers to encompass rocketry, from the history of rocketry to building, launching, data collecting, and analysis. It's a program that can be presented in person. It can also be presented as a hybrid for online and in person, or it can be fully as a online only situation. It meets many of the NGSS standards for the Michigan State Science Standards, and those are incorporated in the lesson. And let's see. It includes video links. It includes student handouts, instructional videos, step-by-step how to build and safely launch rockets. You can sign up. We will be holding this professional development in December. It'll be on our website for the Plainwell Aviation and STEM Academy. And if you have any questions, or if you're interested in any of this training, please feel free to contact me.
No, this sounds like a truly wonderful program, Ginger, and I have an even younger child than that and would love to get a hold of some of these things just to have for resources, because he loves everything to do with space. Do you have anything on your site or that you're working on now that is aimed for younger children?
We have went as young as the 2nd grade. So we had about 150 second graders building rockets and launching. So yes, if you would like to contact me, I would be happy to give you many resources. We also have students who are working on their private pilot's license, and they attend ground school for an hour and a half every week. We have summer camps. We just have lots of things going on.
What a wonderful promotion. We have a couple questions in the comments that are great questions. Particularly, are you tracking the impact that you have? Because it is such a great program. I bet many of your students are going on to STEM's degrees, at least, if not STEM's careers.
Yes, we do keep track. We've had 21 youth get their private pilot's license before they graduated from high school. 2 former students are at the Air Force Academy, and we've had over 10 students who graduated from aviation universities. A big, huge portion of those were right here at WMU, which I am an alumni of. Yay! So.
It sounds wonderful. All right, I will keep us moving on to the next talk. All right, so we have Connor Boss from Michigan State University talking about cooperative air and ground-based robotics teams for planetary exploration.
Good afternoon. My name is Connor Boss. I'm a PhD candidate at Michigan State University, and I'll be presenting our work on cooperative air and ground-based robotic teams for planetary exploration. This is Mars 2020 is the first such mission to be launched. And we focus specifically on the problem of landing the UAV on the rover. And this is something that's outside the scope of Mars 2020. But doing so would enable rapid recharging of the UAV, as well as sample delivery or instrument changes between flights. So some of the principal challenges to achieving a landing like this is that we only have relative positioning information on other planets. The rover may be moving, which will require real-time trajectory generation. And we also want the system to be resilient to communication dropout. So if the rover can no longer communicate with UAV, it's still able to successfully land to recharge. we also want the system to be able to function in the presence of modeling errors and external disturbances. And we addressed all these challenges through an extended high gain observer framework, where we can estimate any unmeasured system states as well as disturbances in real time, so we can feed those back into our control and cancel them out, which gives us very robust and very accurate trajectory tracking capabilities. Our framework also allows us to estimate the rover trajectory in real time. So we only need a measurement of the relative position of the rover. So that can all be done on board the UAV. Further, we analyze the system theoretically and establish stability guarantees, as well as we implementing the system on an experimental platform shown in the bottom picture here, where we have a multi-rotor UAV that flies above a ground rover that is controlled manually. So we have no knowledge of the trajectory, and it can only measure the position of this ground rover, but is still able to successfully land on that rover. With that, I'll open it up to any questions.
This sounds very complex on the way that it's all running together, and especially putting that towards Mars where you have no adjustment time because of delay. I'm assuming that most of this is running autonomously and it has a lot of programs built into it. How has it been working with all of this?
That is correct. It is fully autonomous. And as I said, theoretically, we guarantee stability, so we can guarantee that a successful landing will occur. So then doing these experiments, I've been able to drive the rover on many different trajectories just randomly, and it's always able to successfully land on the rover.
That's pretty amazing. I mean, we do have the GPS. Are you actually using GPS here on Earth that's not going to really be readily available like that on Mars?
So what we're using in this experiment is a motion capture system. So that provides the UAV just with a position measurement of the rover, but that can be done in practice with just a single camera. You can actually get your relative position information just from pointing a camera at the rover.
How is there any scale of how much accuracy you would lose by using the one camera system?
The one camera system definitely is not going to be as accurate as our motion capture system, but I would still say, because as you get closer, then you can measure with more resolution. You could still achieve a very precise landing within a handful of centimeters.
This is great work. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next one to keep us lined up mostly for time. Thank you, Connor.
Yep.
All right, so next we have George Johnson from Michigan Tech doing a talk on the team. Ooh, we have a team of Astro Huskies presenting. We have the Lunar Robotics team of Astro. Ooh, you guys participated in a mining competition. Let's hear about this. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Hello everyone, my name is George Johnson. I'm the current undergraduate project manager for our Lunabotics project there at Michigan Tech. So the Lunabotics competition hosted by NASA is an opportunity for undergraduate students from various colleges and universities to develop autonomous robotic applications for excavating on the moon. So our team, the Astro Huskies, completed our design phase over the last 2 semesters, analyzing the rules and objectives of the competition to develop our own engineering requirements and to generate ideas. So of the 3 proposed design ideas that we had, a circular scooping excavator, an auger excavator, and then a bucket excavator, our team weighed the pros, cons, and the simulated performance data for each of these designs. We concluded that our bucket elevator design would work best for our intended application. So we've actually begun manufacturing on this robot that you see here at the bottom of the slide. And we actually hope to begin testing in our new planetary surface technology development lab on campus. And our team would also like to say a huge thanks to the Michigan Space Grant Consortium for their financial support on this project.
This is actually excellent work. I spent a lot of time watching your video on this. This is very cool engineering and building and programming that you guys have been done. And I hope to see you guys make it to the 2021 competition. That would be amazing, and we'd be very proud to see you there.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, yeah.
Did you find any unexpected challenges when you were building this? Or is it a lot of similarities with how you would build it mining on Earth? Or
So yeah, there's a few. Largely would be the material that we're working with. So over the summer, several of our research team actually developed a lunar simulant, and it closely resembles what we would find on the moon, and it acts in a really weird and unique way. I had never encountered the material before, and closest thing that we really had to kind of communicate material properties to the team to design and build around was like that of sand, but it acts nothing like sand. It's like tiny jagged pieces of glass. It's huge angles of repose, and it likes to clump together. If you get air in between the molecules and stuff, it kind of acts almost like a fluid. So it's a really unique material. And I'd say, dust prevention and mitigation, which is a huge portion of this competition, is definitely a big portion of this project that we've had some difficulty with.
This is great work.
Thank you. So I think we transition over as a moderator. So the next presentation will be by Kincaid from Eastern Michigan on solar weather neural networks.
Hi, thank you. My name is Bailey Kincaid, and I'm a graduate student at Eastern Michigan University in the mathematics department. So today I wanted to present to you my neural network for predicting disturbance storm time, or DST, which is measured in nanoteslas. And the reason that it's important to model this is because DST is a factor that relates to the intensity of geomagnetic storms. So when we understand that, we can better understand and predict solar weather itself. So this particular model was actually trained on 5 years of daily average DST data. In the figure below, we can see the actual data that is shown in blue, and then the model's training predictions are in orange, and the model's testing predictions are in green. So overall, the training root mean squared error was 11.49 nanoteslas, and the testing root mean squared error was 6.48 nanoteslas. So overall, when we look at the model as a whole, it's following the general pattern of the actual data well, but its main flaw is that when there is a sharp drop in DST, it'll predict it on the model that there's going to be a sharp drop, but doesn't exactly predict the full extent of that drop. So overall, follows the pattern, but still has a weakness. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Any questions from audience? You're just using past history of DST to try to predict future DST, or are you having?
Yes, so my model uses, it's a recurrent neural network, so it uses long short-term memory cells that are able to factor in current and prior data to make future predictions.
And your results in terms of RMSE is for how long of an interval? Or is that daily or the entire untrained set?
Sorry, could you say that again?
How long of an interval are you predicting ahead?
Oh, that is the testing section, so that's shown in green.
And so those are lots and lots of days.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next talk is from Lee from Kelvin, and it's a part one of a 3-part talk on the evolution of contact binary stars, and this one's observational tests of model results.
I'm sorry, we were told that we were only doing one today, so we have...
That's awesome.
Okay. I'm Annika Avery. I am an undergraduate at Calvin University. A contact binary is a pair of stars orbiting each other so closely that they share a common atmosphere. About 1% of stars like our sun are contact binaries, yet how they can survive and evolve in this state is a long unanswered question. We would like to understand the formation, evolution, and explosive demise of these objects. This summer, we used MESA, a stellar modeling code, paired with a Python program to model the lives of contact binaries with varying starting conditions. Our models include rotation and mass transfer while conserving total mass and angular momentum. These calculations yielded many illuminating results regarding contact binary star evolution and provide testable predictions for future study. Overall, our results are consistent with the statistical observations of contact binary populations we made last summer and allow us to study the timescales of contact binary star evolution for the first time. The rest of my research group is here as well, and we welcome your questions.
It's awesome. I thought you guys were cheaters. So you say, I'm going to have a 5-minute video, but I'm going to have 3 of them together to get a 15-minute talk. But that's...
We did have 3 prepared for today, but then we were told we have 1. So
Okay, that's great. And are there any observations that your model has not been able to explain?
I'm not aware of any. I don't know, Lauren or Professor Molnar.
Yeah, I'm Lauren. I was on the project as well. I think I worked on the project last summer too, so I'm more familiar with what we did then. So all of the properties of stars that we observed last summer match up with the properties that we're getting from our models this summer, in terms of how fast they move around each other, their ratios of masses, and how close they're touching, and other properties.
Great, so you nailed it. Congratulations. Like awesome, thank you. The next talk is Garvin from University of Michigan, Understanding the Emerging Role of Human-Computer Interaction in Human Space Exploration. And you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. Hi, my name is Matthew Garvin. I'm a second-year master's student at the University of Michigan School of Information in Ann Arbor. Embedded in the Bioastronautics and Life Support Systems lab as the interaction designer, and in the collaborative lab Advancing Work in Space as the Human in the Loop coordinator, I'm conducting an ethnographic study advised by technologist Kentaro Toyama to better understand how emerging technologies like voice interfaces and augmented reality are being designed and implemented in Artemis generation spacesuits, shuttles, and habitats to support astronaut autonomy. So drawing on related work, participant observation, and archival data, I'm interviewing colleagues participating in the NASA Suits and XHAB challenges, relevant faculty, as well as our NASA mentors to understand the emerging role of human-computer interaction in space exploration. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Any questions? How would you simulate the stress that astronauts that are doing remote work in sort of the your sociology, psychology experiments?
Right now, it's pretty difficult. We have a mock-up of a ISS airlock in our lab, but we're doing everything remotely this year. So I'm focused on remote usability testing. So the slide that I have, it has an early version of our prototype that we're going to be working with, and we have it synced up with voice interactions. So I just got IRB exemption, and I'm going to be reaching out to recruit test participants.
Is there a handy dandy rule of thumb for how much information that we can take at once, either audio or visual?
Yeah, so the common model is 7 ± 2 chunks of information that can be stored in your working memory at any given time. But we've actually updated this model to 4 ± 1 to better take into account information chunking. But as far as I'm concerned, like, as a species, we're tool makers. So, we're making tools here, and we need to keep revising until it's so intuitive that it doesn't tax the working memory at all. At least that's the ideal goal.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Actually, I'm going to add one more question from the chat on, could you talk a little bit more about your methodology for the semi-structured interviews?
Sure. So, yeah, I'm using grounded theory and theoretical sampling to pick my participants. And, it's really just kind of a informal type conversational interview, and then I'll perform thematic analysis on the results and use that to drive how I move forward from there.
Thank you. Gonna move on to the next talk from Gadaris at Michigan State on laser alignment, accuracy, and feedback control of high altitude quantum communication systems.
I think the wrong slide is up right now.
Did we skip? Let's come back, and could you email Katie your slide? Or okay, so hopefully the next talk. Well, it's been perfect. So you have to expect glitches in a virtual setting. So this is Coyote has kept at bay until now. So let's move on to LaDuke from Hope College on a synthesis of some chemical, studying responsive liquid crystal materials.
Hi, I'm Abby, and this summer I researched with Dr. Smith at Hope College, and we focused on synthesizing a compound, 2-aminoethylcinnamate, which can be used for studying responsive liquid crystal elastomer materials. So liquid crystal elastomers are rubbery materials, and when they are aligned, they can exhibit a controlled deformation in response to stimuli. And it is the alignment of these LCEs that is key for their response. So various alignment approaches had been developed in the past, but with limitations. So our work, we hoped to explore a new approach that involved the cross-linking of these LCEs through the addition of this chemical, the photodimerizable cinnamate pendant. And then a more short-term look at what we did this summer was we had a goal of synthesizing these cinnamates to build up a stockpile, which could be used for later alignment tests. And the process for synthesizing these followed a 2-step patent procedure, which we refined. And then the product was characterized with NMR and melting point. And this summer we were able to successfully refine and create a reusable procedure and stockpile this compound. And then next we look towards studying the material alignment after adding these cinnamates to LCE units. Thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Just to have a clarifying question, what is the patent method? Is that actually something that's patented that you're using, or is it a technical term?
Yeah, sorry, that is a patented method that someone has, created a patent on that.
And I can see the use of these materials that change for the antennas and soft robotics grabbing things, but what do you mean in terms of energy harvesting? Is that sort of like a sunflower that always follows the sun?
Energy harvesting hasn't been explored a lot, but the idea there is in their deformations, they can like produce waste energy that waste could be used. So it's more of a side process, I think, or a side application.
Great. So Katie, are we going to have the talk at the end, or? Uh-oh, I see that Katie's stopped her sharing, so I was going to start a new one, I think. Any other questions while we make this transition? How thin is the material that you're using now? Is it sort of a monolayer, or is it macroscopic that you can actually see?
The cinnamate that we produced is like a fine powder, but then the oligomers that we're incorporating it into is like a pretty thin, stretchable material, kind of like, yeah, it's visible, but it's very thin.
Great. And so just going back, so why don't you dive right in? We're going back to the feedback control.
Hello, my name is Derek Gadaris. So this summer I worked on alignment for high altitude quantum communication systems. So kind of the goal this summer was to better understand peer-to-peer quantum communication in an upper atmospheric setting. And this is a big challenge for NASA, as well as our partnership at Michigan State, to align two balloons so that we could then like serve as an all clear for quantum communication transmission. So kind of challenges that I tackled this summer was to create a more realistic system in Simulink. And that included randomization and position in the X, Y, and Z direction, and then incorporating Gaussian beam dispersions at distance, and then developing a software solution to ensure that there wasn't going to be like a failure to communicate with a balloon out of range. And then obviously this is significant work to create a intracontinental quantum communication network, and then as well as expanding beyond high altitude to possibly space quantum communication. Thank you. If there are any questions.
Great. Any questions? How is a balloon system even now for, instead of laser communication, just even radio communication? How do they figure out their location and orientation on a balloon? Is it GPS and gyros and IMUs and cameras?
Yeah, so mostly with currently with like classical communication, so using ground stations as well as GPS satellites to figure out the location, and then using like point ahead techniques to then align the balloons for classical communication because obviously we know when the balloon is at the point of finding it with the GPS satellites, but then the balloon moves between that point and trying to communicate. So we would take some of those lessons learned with the classical communication and also apply them to a physical system for a quantum.
Great. So Katie, I guess we're gonna jump back over to the slide deck and have Masiek from Oakland University talking about fake multimedia detection and generation.
Yeah, so hi everyone, my name is Kyle Masiek and I've been working with Dr. Malik on fake multimedia detection and generation. Our research focused on detecting fake videos, also known as deepfakes, which are typically created using neural networks. The accuracy and ease of creating these deepfakes is growing at an alarming rate, and there are a lot more researchers working on the generation side rather than detection. So we wanted to focus on the detection side to help in those efforts. Most current deepfake detection research focus on deficiencies in the video, such as like blurriness or inconsistencies, but these deficiencies will be improved over time. We wanted to develop a more universal method for detecting these deepfake videos. And to do that, we're working on extracting both audio and visual features from a given video. And using both of these aspects will help provide a better and more accurate depiction of whether the video is real or fake. And there's also been papers focused on extracting the heart rate from a video using various methods. Some of these methods are Euler magnification, RGB color intensity, and plethysmographic imaging. All of these methods essentially zoom in on the pixels in the video and can detect slight color changes in the pixels. And based on this, it represents blood flow, which you can calculate the heart rate from. And I'm working on combining these methods and implementing a better face detection algorithm. These will hopefully give better results. This research is still a work in progress, but we're aiming for December of this year for completion. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions? Do you think we'll ever have a time where we're going to have to stream some type of fingerprint or metadata into video so you could actually see if things have been spliced?
Yeah, possibly. I know there's been some ideas of adding a watermark to videos as sort of that verification that it's authentic.
It's sort of frightening how easily we're manipulated by media, but I guess the marketers have known that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So now moving to McGinnis, also from Oakland, on accelerating the Gabor transform with a GPU for SAR image compression.
Hi, you able to hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So yeah, my name is Connor McInnes, and I worked with Dr. Shadi Alame at Oakland University for the GPU computing laboratory, and we focused on SAR image compression with the GPU. So synthetic aperture radar, or SAR images, are a special type of radar images, image taken from satellites that are used for a variety of purposes that involve tracking landscape or landmass changes. These images are typically very high resolution, and many of them are needed for proper analysis, and as a result, they can take a lot of storage. So compressing them is a solution to this, but the common JPEG compression techniques cause the images to lose too much detail, becoming useless for these analyses. A compression method using the Gabor transform can isolate high-frequency content in the images and reduce noise, and allow for a lower compression ratio than typical JPEG compression. So using this method, the method being the Gabor transform, is very time-consuming, as the transform is very taxing for a CPU to compute. And a possible solution is a GPU can make use of parallel processing and accelerate the computational time. So FFTW and C++ and cuFFT and CUDA are libraries that are able to perform FFTs, which are necessary in most likely the most time-consuming part of the Gabor transform. So two programs were created in C++ and CUDA and benchmarked to compare if CUDA could outperform C++. And the CUDA program was able to compute the FFTs instantly, but had an enormous bottleneck in transferring the data between the CPU and GPU, resulting in it being slow despite its superior computational speed for the FFT. Any questions?
Great. I don't see anything in the chat, but how big are the typical images? Is it
So yeah, it's scalable. One limitation that currently exists with the Gabor transform that I have implemented, and it seems like it exists in a few other implementations, is the images need to be square images. This can be easily resolved by just padding images with blank pixels. So that is one limitation in the method, but yeah, they're typically square images, and I believe, at least with Visual Studio, I was able to scale them up to 4K with the new code.
Great, thank you. Move on to the next presentation by Smith from GVSU, a divide and conquer algorithm for computing. I once knew how to say it, diagrams.
Hello. Do you mind pressing, I think the animations are in and they shouldn't be. Can you press it so that way yes. One more time, great. Great. They should have, I apologize. I suppose I left the animations in. They shouldn't have been there. In any case, hello, my name's Elijah Smith. This research done by Dr. Byron DeVries, Dr. Christian Treffs, and I involved developing a new algorithm for computing Voronoi diagrams. Voronoi diagrams separate a plane into regions based on specific points of interest called seeds and their location. They basically show which points in the plane are closest to which seed, and they're kind of difficult to describe verbally. So if you didn't have a chance to see my little video, maybe look up a picture of one on your phone very quickly because they're hard to explain. But what I have pictured on the screen here are integer abstractions of Voronoi diagrams that make it easier to describe how our new algorithm works. And I guess I'll try to do that right now. The standard way to compute a Voronoi diagram is to go through each space in the grid one at a time. You check and you see which is the closest number to the top left space in the grid. The seeds here are represented by numbers, by the way. You check and you'd see one space at a time, which is the closest seed, and then you'd record that seed in the space. But this is slow. Our algorithm saves time by checking only the corner points of the grid. If the corner points of the grid are all closest to the same seed, then the entire area they enclose is guaranteed to also be closest to that seed and can be marked as such. If the corners have differing seeds, then you split the plane into 4 quadrants and you check the corners of each quadrant. And you sort of continue this process recursively, either filling in a quadrant if its corners are closest to the same seed, or subdividing further. And you keep subdividing and filling in and subdividing and filling in until you've eventually computed the diagram, as can be seen in the bottom right image. And that's sort of how it works. This was a fast description, so if you have any questions, I can try to answer them.
Great. Any questions? One question is that this seems like a typical search algorithm. What's new about this approach?
The nice thing about this approach is that it doesn't require any special hardware. It can be used in systems. It can be used in systems with very low computation power, and it provides a benefit. It's also fairly, it's sort of simple to grasp. It's sort of confusing when I describe it like this, but it's a little simpler than the average algorithm.
Great. And just one quick question. What applications do you see use for such computing?
Well, anytime really that Voronoi diagrams are used, this algorithm could be put in place depending on the circumstances of the computing machine. One good example that I'll steal from the internet of where Voronoi diagrams can be used is if you can imagine like a very large city with multiple fire stations, and you're looking at it from like a bird's eye view perspective. Depending on your address in the city, you'd want to make sure that you would call the closest fire department. You'd want to make sure that the closest fire department comes to help you if there's a fire. A Voronoi diagram would separate the city into regions. So that way you could look at sort of like a map of the city and you'd see, oh, I'm in the green region. That means I'm closest to the green fire station, which is over here. That's the one I need to call. That's a little, maybe, I don't know how well that example translated verbally, but that is sort of the type of uses that Voronoi diagrams have.
Thank you very much. The next presentation by Wiley from Hope University on vapor-initiated crystal phase transitions.
Hi, yes. My research this past summer was focused on finding this phase transition of halide perovskites and trying to find out a mechanism and how they worked a little bit better. If you're unfamiliar with perovskites, they are a crystal structure with of ABX3, and you can swap out those parts with different molecules to change its properties. It works as a semiconductor, so that's super useful for things like solar cells or other optoelectronic devices. And so what I did was look at the different, so we know that they also undergo this phase transition from a dark absorbing phase to a clear phase through water, and we wanted to see if other molecules did the same thing. And we found that things like different alcohols, as well as common solvents like tetrahydrofuran and acetonitrile were able to do this transition. And so we want to apply a kinetic model to this so that we can do more testing and see how degradation testing might be accelerated using different models like that.
Great. Is this typical pressure temperature type of phase transitions or other parameters?
Yeah, so we built an apparatus that was able to change the partial pressure of the solvent we were using, as well as the temperature on sample. And we would be able to take in situ absorption measurements of like our thin film sample over time. And so we were testing different partial pressures of, if relating it to humidity, everything from like 10% humidity to 50 or 75%.
Great. Any other questions? If not, let's go to the final presentation of session 3 from Calvin examining radial distributions of multiple populations in globular clusters.
Hello, I'm Willem Hogendam. I'm Willem. Come on now, go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, sweet. It wasn't showing on my screen that you could. All right, I'm Willem Hogendam, and I'm at Calvin University. I'm a junior. And the past 2 summers, I spent working with globular clusters, which are systems of hundreds of thousands of stars bound together gravitationally. Within these systems, we find chemical differences that help us define subpopulations. So we spent some time looking at these subpopulations and came to some important conclusions about their spatial distributions and some procedural ideas too. Firstly, smaller telescopes, such as the Kelvin Rehoboth Observatory, can make meaningful contributions to this field. Additionally, when dealing with uncertainties with the stars, normalizing error out may introduce biases in validating results. And of course, through our research, we now are able to present some new radial distributions to help resolve some conflicts within the literature. Are there any questions?
Awesome. What's special about globular clusters? What can we learn from them?
So to study evolution of stars, we can't just take one star and look at it for its entire life. That would take a little bit too long for us to do. So instead, what we have to do is we have to find groups of stars together that are all at different spots in their lifetimes. And globular clusters are convenient for this because they are thought to form in the same time. So they're all the same age in some sense.
And a question, can present-day clusters disperse in the future, or are they gravitationally trapped forever?
Yeah, so globular clusters they can, of course, disperse when they go through the galactic bulge. There'll be lots of interactions, but generally globular cluster systems are very massive, and so they're quite robust against being broken up through interacting with other objects.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Nice work. And unless I'm mistaken, that's the last presentation of session 3 and our first ever virtual Michigan Space Grant Consortium Fall Conference. I think it went very well. It's always a good opportunity to hear what everyone has been doing. And as a scientist and engineer, it's not only what you discover, but how you communicate it. And so hopefully you had an opportunity to learn something new. One thing that I definitely miss, though, about our fall conference is the conversations during the breaks and over lunch. And I hope we are able to get back together next October in Grand Rapids to hear the work of our grantees and the students from this round of competition. Everyone should take a look at the Michigan Space Grant Consortium webpage. Our deadline for next year's grant competition is 11/11, November 11th. We're going to be hoping for the best, but also having some flexibility for an extended pandemic into next year's round of funding. If you are done with your project and you haven't submitted your annual report or invoices for any of your expenses, please do. We're in the last year and actually in the no cost extension phase of our previous grant. And so we will not be able to extend a no cost extension for awards from FY19 and FY20. I'd like to thank Katie Klink and Deborah Warwick for all your help in organizing the conference. And I'd also like to thank all of my colleagues and affiliate board members to help shepherd us through this experiment. I really like the ability to have the permanent recordings on our YouTube channel, so maybe we'll continue that in the future, but hopefully I will see everyone in October. Thank you.